Let's break it down. The broken baker's coming to town. From Denmark with love, watching courts go wild. American drama got me hooked like a child. Twists in the courtroom, objections all day. Live on the screen, come and join the fray. Step one, grab your coffee, settle in tight. Step two, laugh at the chaos left and right. Step three, Danish take on the law so crazy. Step four, hit subscribe, don't be lazy. Oh yeah! He's the broken baker, breaking down cases, real truth shaker. Witty and fun from across the sea. The broken baker, setting minds free. Hey, hey, broken baker, Danish style so smooth. Legal madness in the groove. Yeah, join the live today. The broken baker, here to slay. High profile trials, witnesses spin. Alibis cracking, let the fun begin. Outside of you with a humorous twist. True crime fans, you don't wanna miss. Even when it's broken, we find the fun. Danish baker baking truth for everyone. The broken baker, yeah. Hit that bell, let's go
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you are, whoever you are, what if any you might be, and welcome to the first day of the defense. They spent about an hour putting evidence that was letters from the nanny in prison and so on. They didn't really read it. It was just put it into evidence, put it into evidence, put it into evidence. So we didn't miss much. Then we will be going live when they have their first witness, who is a police officer, and we are going to listen to body cam because they're not showing it. So that's going to be interesting. We are trying to rush through all of this because, yeah. And apparently we are very wrong on this channel because I saw a lot of other people saying, oh, they lost the case yesterday, the state. And I was like, okay. I didn't get that. Thank you, Velo. 26 months of memberships. Happy birthday, Baker. Thank you so much. And Jemima, 26 months of membership. Happy birthday. Thank you so much. 18 months of Holly Mac. Hope you have a very happy birthday. Thank you so much. And 1 month with Kesimai. You keep getting memberships. Happy birthday, Baker. Only turned 27 one time. Enjoy. I will enjoy my 27th birthday. And lo and behold, you can't see it because it's behind the back, but 3 of 4 packages from J7 has arrived. So now there's enough to make a special unboxing video. Because right now it's just... Let's get the trial running instead. Alfie, 1 month of memberships. Happy birthday, Baker. Love it here. Thank you for being here, Alfie. We love having you. And 5 memberships from J7. And I should put my glasses on so I can read. They went to Full of Questions, Laurie Baloo, Wildcat 27, Pierogi Cactiatore, and Jen and her boys. Jen and her boys are sharing a membership, but thank you so much, J7, for the membership. And we're starting a little later today because this morning I went out and met up with Dave, Penilla, and Mess. Penilla is a funny fish. She texted me at like 9:30. My train is in at 10 o'clock. Well, okay. We'll see you there. And thank you so much for the happy birthday wishes, Stace. Always glad when you get those. And Vinny's mom, thank you so much for wishing me happy birthday as well. Da, da. And Krista needs some coffee. 91% emergency refill activated. Oh my. Thank you so much. J7 is the best. Dave always had fun. Well, Dave actually served me with a cease and desist letter. I will read that in the unboxing video. My answer, of course, was sue me, biatch, because little Lefty and his tiny raccoon hands have served me with a cease and desist letter. We will read that on another stream. It doesn't really work, the corner kiss either. Doctor 386 says happy birthday, Maker. Thank you so much. Imagine being a doctor more days than there is in a year. Let's go 3 times speed, so hopefully this can be a normal one. Well, we can't see the body cam, so yeah. I need the link. The link for what? What link? What link? I'm not sure what link we're talking about. When is the unboxing? Oh yeah, I have another gift over here from Holly Mack as well. Let's see how far the defense goes today. It might be tomorrow. Thank you, Zachariah, for always putting me down on the ground, kicking me in the big old nutsack, and saying, "Nobody cares about your birthday." I know, Zachary. And just like the slave who stood behind the imperator and said, "Remember, you're mortal. You will always be here to shit on my parade." And thank you so much for that. Grass is Greener celebrates 16 months of membership. 27 is my favorite number. Happy birthday. Well, thank you so much. And Amanda Evans says, Tillykke fødselsdagen, tillykke med fødselsdagen, tillykke med fødselsdagen, tillykke med fødselsdagen. Thank you so much. So we could get closing arguments today, tomorrow's, and quick verdict. Well, apparently we are getting it all wrong because I saw 3 different channels said the state hasn't proven anything and they lost their case yesterday. I don't think so. Oh, the DM link for the unsolicited pictures. Every unsolicited picture, you have to go through Marissa. She is quality control. And if you want to have the application form for dating me, you also have to go through Marissa. She will then go through the answers and send the prospects to me. This is what Marissa signed up for because Marissa is Marissa really likes doing stuff like that. Did I get my 27th birthday spanking? Well, they punched me. What color baguette did you get for your birthday? I got a pink cupcake. Or in Welsh, hapus. Thank you. I sent a happy birthday in Welsh. Rihanna, let me find it and let me butcher your language. Penblivet hapus is how you say it in Welsh. As a known cunning linguist, I know how to speak all languages. And Inspire says, I stayed up late to wish you a happy birthday. What does the hot dog do for protection? Condiments. Thank you, Inspire, and get to bed. It's late. Well, thank you so much. Oh, the link for the Buy Me a Coffee. I don't know if you can open up your my. Hey, Sleuthy. Thank you so much. Marissa loves paperwork. That application requires 2 notaries. It's lengthy and girthy. It'll grow on you. Not bad. The second part was almost correct. Yeah. My Buy Me a Coffee link. Where's my link tree? I have a link tree somewhere. Links? No. Yeah. No. Rumble. Oh, there it is. I don't normally share off screen because I think it's fair that YouTube gets their cut of the deal. So, but that's my Buy Me a Coffee link. Did it share it? I think it shared it. Maybe it shared it. Yeah, it shared it. Yeah, iCoffee just makes how much coffee you need. So that's what it's about. Hey, Vinny's mom, thank you so much for your birthday wishes. And Stace also came in after I said, thank you so much, Stace, for your birthday wishes. But so Scandinavian to share with YouTube. Well, YouTube gives me a platform. I'm just paying rent on the. If you rent a studio, you also pay rent for the studio. I'm blessed either way, so you don't have to do all of that. I'm happy. Tillykke in Finnish. Hyvä syntymäpäivää. Hyvä syntymäpäivää. Your membership chat didn't show. Didn't? Yeah. Grass is Greener's membership. Common Sense says, happy birthday. We love you. Bum, 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 bum. Holly Mac for 18 months. Happy birthday. Very happy birthday. I don't have it in the. I don't know, Bob. I don't know. I'm sorry. Thank you so much, Common Sense. Thank you all so much. Pink flavor is the best. It was rhubarb. It was an okay cupcake, but the rhubarb on top was great. I missed your comment. What comment? Noodles mom, noodles mom, noodles mom, noodles mom, noodles mom, noodles mom. I don't have any that's stalled. Yes, Bob One Up had happy birthday, Baker. That just popped in there. I don't see anything from Noodles Mom. But thank you, whatever Noodle Mom sent me. Last one. What's the difference between purple and pink? The grip. Yeah, if it turns purple, you have manly hands. Don't turn it purple. We were actually discussing today, was Hans Christian Andersen an asexual, a bisexual, a homosexual, or just confused? It was actually fun going around looking at how many he tried to. Thank you so much, Noodle Mama. Good morning, happy 27th birthday again. Thank you so much. Going around and because he declared his love for a lot of people, but it's kind of hard finding out if he really was something. I don't do corner kisses. Send you something much better than a kiss. I don't want your dick pics again. I'm gonna call your mom, your wife. Go to sleep, Spire. Thank you so much, and see you hopefully tomorrow. Cha-ching. It takes forever to open this app. Thank you so very, very much, Krista, for 15 corner kisses. Happy birthday, Baker. Thank you so very much for 15 corner kisses. I saw the amount and said, what the hell? But that's because it's, I hope it's not what it says it was, because that's a mistake. No, that's a mistake. And Laurie Wallace, thank you for 1 corner kiss. Happy 27th birthday. Have the day you deserve. Krista, go check your bank statement, because the amount it says here looks weird. So just to make sure nothing bad happened, because it looked really, really weird. Very happy solar return to you. Thank you so much, Gypsy. I bought you an HNKCC line for your birthday, but they said you couldn't ship it to your communist country, so it's here in Texas. I'll keep it safe. Make sure to exercise it a lot. But let's do this before it gets out of hand, because we need to get done with this clown.
I'm going to ask you to identify it.
Okay.
Okay.
Sir, could you state your name for the record?
Zachary Beckner.
Okay, thank you.
Sir, do you see that picture on the screen?
Yes, sir, I do now.
Do you? Sorry.
I'm just sorry, is this a video that's already in evidence, or is this video that you are?
This is, so there's, Judge, I'll just tell you, the Commonwealth moved in first 6 minutes
Okay,
of
so
this video,
this
and
is-
this is going to be a continuation.
All right, so
beyond
this, what would you mark it as your exhibit then?
I think we're at 84, are we?
Let's see.
MJ, thank you so much. You don't look a day over 21. I like it when you lie, but thank you so much, MJ. Can we send you strippers for your? Oh, no, you can't. No, you can't. No, you can't.
82, if you want to go in order.
Let's go in order, yes.
Okay,
thank you.
82, okay, thank you.
Sir, I'm going to ask you to look at that picture
No.
and tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury if you can identify what you see
Man.
there.
It appears to be body cam footage, sir.
Okay, and was this the body camera video from your body cam?
I believe so, yes, sir.
Okay, and this was on, what date was this on?
February 24th, 2023.
Okay, and this is the, your, what if anything are you doing as you go in?
From this, I'm about to enter the house.
Your Honor, he's identified the video. Can we publish this to the jury?
You want to admit it into evidence?
Yes.
Is it under seal?
I think it is
Okay.
because of the graphic nature of
All
it.
right, so 82, any objection, 82 under seal? All right, 82 in evidence, under seal.
Anybody else downstairs?
Where's the shopper?
Oh, he's already downstairs. He's just
Who else? Just us?
All right, hold down, somebody hold down.
Brother, they're saying one of the patients is outside now.
So somebody's outside. In the back? Anybody else outside? Who else is outside?
Nobody's outside.
Anybody over here?
Here.
Here, ma'am, stay here, stay here, stay here. Ma'am, stay here. Who is the shooter? Who shot who?
Brendan, he's an officer.
I got a blowout kit if you need it.
Bring it up. Is there anyone else in the house? Any kids in the house?
Look at those guns.
Ma'am, I need you outside now.
What do you need?
Get medics in here now.
Scene's cold to medics.
He grabbed my arm. Go ahead. He grabbed my arm. Hold on.
Sir, at this point, had you engaged in any duties at what you're seeing right now in the video?
Well, could you clarify what you mean by duty, sir?
What were you doing? What were you asked to do? What did you take it upon yourself to do?
We were trying to locate a chest seal in the medical kits that we carry in our cruisers.
Okay, and that's something that you had with you?
That's what the black bag is that I sat down on that bed.
Okay.
Get it, don't do that. I don't know when you shot it. Who's that chest concealed? I need it to look after you now. You got stabbed by him, so watch him. Guys, chest seal. Now. We're looking for it, buddy. We're looking for it. Get calls. He called out. Up this way. Upstairs. Hey, chest seal over and I'll get the right now.
Just stay there, stay there. There's another one behind.
Hey, open this up for Balmer. I got the other one for him. Okay, go.
Hey, behind me.
Yeah. Zach, go
He's
ahead.
breathing, so.
We got one guy up here, two gunshot wound, one female, multiple stab wounds.
Can someone do this for me?
I don't have anything.
Up this way. He's in the bathroom, up here.
I don't have a pulse on him.
He got on it.
Multiple stab wounds on
I
that.
don't have a pulse on him.
Where's the gunshot wound?
I'm not entirely certain, sir.
Check.
Chest.
Okay. Hold this down. Let's work on her, okay?
Sit it up. Sit it up. You need another chest seal?
Yeah, whatever you have.
Hey, get another ALT, get more blowout kits.
Contact Bravo, Preston County 4.
Go, shot up, shot up.
It's a lot of blood. It looks like it's probably from a lung.
No need for canine or helo at this point. Canine 10.
I don't even know what to do.
Just leave, where is it? Alright. Okay, yep, since we got this kind of wait for medics, can you talk with him?
I don't have a pulse.
Step out a second.
Medics expediting, or where are they at?
I can go home. Guys, hey, you have a pulse on you.
No, not at all. What do you need?
Multiple stab wounds.
Start going. Multiple stab wounds to the neck. So I need a pulse, multiple stab wounds to the left, you see the other side. Alright. Who's still breathing? Don't know if it's one on the side. Okay, she's still breathing? We can feel blood moving. You can stop him if you try. Yeah, we're gonna get her. Over there. Yeah, this. Is she breathing over here? She's breathing. That's why we're moving.
Thank you so much, Money.
Take him downstairs. Yeah, hold on. Stand by. Sorry. Nope, there's no pulse wounds. Nothing.
I think that doesn't definitely DOA. I mean, we can. I think that's maybe obvious over there. Oh. What do you want to do? You want to grab that, Joe?
This is offensive life. Don't miss this.
All right, that's fine. You want to get a rhythm on that?
Yeah. You want to shut that monitor? It's right there behind you. You have it? Okay. Where's
Thank you, Kathleen. Thank you, Nefarious.
This is not one word to note, please.
There was two on the bed when I came in.
Okay, this one's got blood on it. So stay with him. He might not, I'm not sure. If he doesn't know.
Thank you, Claire Deluge. That's a funny little one.
Yeah. I'm trying to figure, where's the gun currently?
On the bed.
Firearms right here. Leave them right where they are. That's where we found them.
We moved them away.
All right, that's fine.
They were on the bedroom though. We got a knife right there.
Yep.
Hey, Sarge, what's up? Do you want us to escort him outside?
Yeah, right now they're working, so we're gonna be.
So,
So once they get shot.
yeah.
Got a knife here.
Yeah.
Is there kids down there? Zach, kids around the way. Kids are outside. We're going to clear the rest of the house.
We're gonna go with him. You guys want me to go with him?
You want to go with it? That's fine. Zach, stay here. You're with me on the What are we doing? He's just saying we're going to make sure no one else is hurt in the house. Okay, all right. We're going to get them down there.
Sir, that's the video that you previously watched, the Commonwealth case, correct? Up to the 6-minute mark?
Yes,
Very
sir.
good.
Okay, was your body camera continuing beyond that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and approximately how long did you, were you escorting Mr. Banfield that day?
Correct. I escorted him out of the house to the ambulance, rode in the ambulance with him to the hospital.
Your Honor, that clip was identical to what the Commonwealth did. I have the longer clip, and I'm just going to switch that out right now so we can go from this point and continue on with the
So
clip.
82 should just be your second part?
Yes, yes.
Okay, so we'll keep this, what we just watched will stay as the Commonwealth's exhibit, and then now 82 will just be what you're going to play from here on out?
Yeah, from 6.
I'm just going to
6:42
speed
on.
up
And
the
you'll have a
body
separate file?
cam
You have a
because
separate
it's
file
a
for that?
sound.
Yes, I just have to.
Okay, so 82 will just be that separate file then? Okay. I assume there's no objection to the continuing of the body cam?
Real baklava.
No, ma'am, and just
A
for
little
clarification,
blue.
what we just watched was Commonwealth 6.
Number 6?
Yes.
Okay, so that will stay at Commonwealth 6, and then whatever we're about to play now will be 82, and I assume there's no objection to the rest of the body cam?
Correct.
Okay.
Oh, this is
So 82 will
1.5.
be in evidence. Under seal.
Sir, do you recognize that as being continuation of the video?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
So she can go up to. Hey, can you check him out?
Yeah, I got more units here. We'll check him out. We're going to get him out here.
Yeah, I know.
Give him a second. I'll put anything else.
I'm not. Can you change my clothes up? You can get him out of here. Knife's there. Guns are on the bed. I got it.
I'm going to take him. Yeah, I got to look him upstairs. Have him break down.
Yeah, just give him a second.
I got to put him on monitor. Yeah, okay. So the fire department, they take over at this point? We're trying to see. So again, they're down there. What I want to do is get
Watch what you're kicking, please.
All right.
I know what you gotta do. I'm just.
You can't walk. We'll go in there. You know?
Now, was that you saying, watch what you're kicking?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and was that directed toward anyone in the room there?
It was directed towards the firefighter that you saw with the face covering on, the mask.
The one who came by you to your right?
Correct.
Okay, and was he tending to the scene over near Joe Ryan?
Correct. He was hooking up to leads.
Okay, and was there distortion of how it looked before?
Thank you, widow.
Objection leading.
All right, I'll sustain as deleting for rephrase.
When you said.
We'll sing for you on
stop
Friday.
kicking, what were you referring to?
He had kicked some blankets out of the way.
Okay, do you remember the colors of those blankets?
I believe they were purple.
Purple, okay. Were they the only blankets or towels that were in that area?
I don't remember, sir.
Okay, you just remember him kicking?
Correct.
Okay, do you remember if he kicked anything else in the crime scene?
Not that I'm aware of, no, sir.
He stopped after you?
After I told him to.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, just give me some fresh air right now as well, okay? So we can get you outside. Can you grab those on? Can you help him speak?
Yep.
Did we miss some discovery issues raised by the defense lawyer before this dude, or did I miss it in my brain? I skipped all of it. They were arguing about they want the case dismissed because there was an evidence violation, and the judge said, "Nah, get the fuck out of here." So that's why I didn't go back and play it.
Now, you're holding Mr. Banfield, my client, at that time. What was the reason for you to hold him?
He was unsteady on his feet, sir.
Okay, did you hear him say anything or relating to his ability to walk?
At that point in time, no, sir.
No, sir?
No, sir.
Oh, okay, but you, sometime later on in this video?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Whenever, what's your name? Brendan Banfield. Say, was it Vienna?
Easy.
I'm sorry, say it again. Say it was Vienna. My office is in Vienna. Correct. Did you call my office? No. Did you call my office? At some point.
Just the least of our worries right now, man.
We're just gonna get you in a cruiser outside in the air. We can breathe. You're okay, okay? You're not hurt? Over the
We'll check him out when we get him over to the car. Watch out, watch out. What's wrong with your right leg, sir? I don't know, maybe. Okay.
I'm going to be calling medic 436 to rest the hospital.
Take some deep breaths, all right? You need to sit down.
Is there a way to get an update?
Right now. They're handling everything from here. He doesn't think so. We haven't had a chance to really do a full inspection quite yet. If you guys want to check him out. He's just a little unsteady on his feet, though. All right, let's do that then.
We're gonna go ahead and check the gentleman on the back ambulance, okay?
Oh yeah, and I hear you're getting a lot of snow. I think Northeast America. So everyone, make sure that you have your heating system working, you have enough water, and you have all the necessary stuff. No sack. They don't need baklava. Well, baklava would be good. There's a lot of sugar in it, so you can keep going. So Zach will make baklava to all of you and deliver it before the snow comes. And if not, you can sue Zach for not delivering.
Officer Beckner, had my client complained of any physical ailments other than having difficulty walking?
Just whatever he said was going on with his right leg. That was it.
And when you said you were going to go check him out, was there anything that caused you alarm that caused you to want to have him checked out?
I just wanted to make sure he was okay.
Okay, thank you.
Where's my daughter? I think she's out there with him, sir. Is there anybody else in the house other than your daughter and the other female?
So she's out there, Manny.
Okay. But it's just the two of them, correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
My daughter. Just one sec. We're gonna go around to the door, right? Is anything bothering you right now?
Okay. Were you hit with anything? A knife? Anything?
No, I took the knife from you.
Okay. All right. So you're not hurt anywhere. Is that not your blood, correct?
I think it's.
All right. You want to slip this jacket off for me so we can evaluate you real quick? I'm gonna keep your other foot up for me.
Yes, you can. Yeah.
Stay out of brother. Stay out of brother. Okay. Pressure. I'm going to set up the table for a blade and door record.
Officer Beckner, do you know who took possession of the jacket when it was taken off of him?
Officer Hugh?
Officer Hugh.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
I'm just gonna take your watch off for now, all right? That's fine. So I can see. I give it to
Do you know who took possession of the jacket when it was taken off of him?
Officer Hugh?
Officer Hugh.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
I'm just gonna take your watch off for now, all right? That's fine. So I can see. I give it to the officer standing behind you. Where did all this blood come from, you know?
I was holding her neck. Okay. Do we have any crossings that need to be covered?
Follow me. I got one up at House Avenue. I'm not gonna have much of an update. We're gonna take a rest in the hospital, okay? I don't see any wounds on you. Just gonna check you out. Would you like to run to the hospital?
Can I be with her?
They're gonna work on her when they get there. You wouldn't be able to see her immediately anyway. If you do choose to go.
Yes, I want to be with her.
Okay, then we'll take you up there for evaluation, okay?
What's going to happen to my daughter?
I'm not sure. That's As of right now, I believe she's sitting with one of our officers until we figure out what all is going on. Take it, man.
Taking that last crossing.
Hey, Dory, it's gonna be Drainsville at 8:50 to 9:20, right there in front of Kiss and Ride. Let's get squeezed real tight. All right, we'll take all that off then. Take it off there. So just confirm nothing's bothering you right now, right? Physically, you weren't injured at all. Anything hurt you at all, man? They're trying to find out so we can make sure we get you help too. We're gonna need his no, you're good. You're good. Hands down. That's fine. You're not gonna be able to have him in the hospital anyway?
I have cuffs.
Okay. What department are you with?
Department of Treasury, Internal Revenue Service.
Okay. It's okay. Those can stay for right now. That's fine.
Yeah.
So what were you rolling? That makes the deconning what you have on your
Okay. I don't think I've got anything directly on me, but hey, Derek.
Yeah.
I've got Mags and his watch. If you want to hold on to this, I've got Mags and his watch. I'm gonna go with them to the hospital. He's department.
It was a wonderful day, and got surprised by Panella, who I didn't know was going to be there. And Dave, and it's always just nice to chat to, and Mads is always. We have some very what do we call it? Hyggelig is what we would say in Danish. We have some hyggelig day. We went out, looked at an old church, and then we got some lunch, and then we looked at Hans Christian Andersen's childhood home, and then we went to his museum. And then we had a nice cup of coffee and said goodbye. So it was a good 5 hours with wonderful people. Great way to celebrate 27 years on this planet.
I don't have an answer to that right now. I wish I did, but I don't. I'm sure they'll give you an update as soon as they can. The question is, would you like to go with us or would you like to go with the police?
It doesn't matter. If I can be with her, that's fine.
She's one of the max out, one of the bags max out.
What is he looking for? Just a plastic bag. A what? Plastic bag.
Just right after we search him.
No, I haven't searched him yet.
Can we sit down? Sorry, man, it's fine.
I have. Good. Sorry. I'll leave his badge on.
For the appeal procedure, we apologize. It's fine.
Knives or anything on you?
Okay. And you're with the Treasury. Okay. You get it back.
Yeah. Anything on that side, Terry?
Yeah, he's going. Yeah, let's just, yeah, we got back in more.
Officer, is there a policy about searching someone who goes in an ambulance, or what were the circumstances that caused that search?
We were just trying to confirm he didn't have any further weapons on him, sir.
Okay, after he told the fireman that he had the mags?
I believe that's what he said to him.
Okay.
Zach, gonna go.
Yeah, I'll ride with him. That's fine.
My badge and wallet. This is my badge. Your badge clip on your brother. We're gonna leave it on you, okay?
All right, my credentials.
Okay.
Yeah, that's fine. You sit back down. You're all right.
Oh, I'm gonna calm down. Okay.
Okay. Yeah, that's fine. Unless
What would you mind? Zach, get gloves on. Put his up here. Put his up in here. I'll follow you guys down too, so.
All right. Whoever's driving my car was actually.
We'll have to figure it out, sir. Sir, was yours the Glock 19 with the tailor? Mine has the light, yeah. With Leyland? Okay. My other gun. My other gun is my personal weapon. Oh, that's the 43X? Yeah. So both those are yours? Both of them are mine. Okay, let's on the back, correct?
They're talking to him in the ambulance about a gun. It's nothing. It's just cam, body cam, and it's just, there's no confession, there's no nothing. What he wants him to testify about is that he has an injury to his right leg. That's what he's going to go in there. But again, if you want to have it down, I'll put it down a little bit if you want to sit here and because it's just, we're not going to see anything. And it's just...
Okay, thanks, sir.
What do you guys need me at?
Thank you,
Doesn't
Doc.
that mean
4 months
obviously
of
capture right there
membership.
for
Happy
reference?
birthday, Baker.
Yeah, all right,
Yeah.
just for evaluation. Yeah.
Okay, sure, good idea. Okay, BLS done, absolutely.
If you guys don't need anything else,
No, we're good, yeah, go ahead.
we'll head out. We'll take the EMS captain come get
Okay, yeah, command terminated, so I'm out of
All right,
here.
yeah, we're good.
All right, we're gonna roll over to the rest of the hospital.
Okay, sounds good.
All right, we're good, Zach. To the rest.
You got with me?
Yeah, good. We get to go over. Yeah. To my knowledge, I'll just check real quick. What's his first name? Hey, are we good to transport him to the hospital? Last name? Hey, LT or Givens, are we good to transport to the hospital?
Be nice to Streamlab. You're turning into Marissa. No, because he asks questions now and again, but it's not consistent. And they don't switch to him, so I have to keep it running.
I call the hospital, let them know we're coming, okay? I don't know, man, to be honest with you. I don't see why it would be an issue, but I'll hold off right now. All right.
Thank you, Jaded. That's just rude. Thank you, Dusty.
As of right now, she's still over there. From what I understand, sir, she's there with other officers. They're still on scene.
Thank you so much, Spicy Italian Mama. And new here, but wanted to wish you a happy 27th. Thank you so much. Everyone say hello to Spicy Italian Mama, who is new here. Let's show them how wonderful chat can be. Zach, you can sit this one out. Sue, I think you need something in the kitchen. The rest of you, be nice to Spicy Italian Mama, ama.
I mean, as of right now, there's really no other information to explain to her. I don't think they're going to tell her anything. It's not a delicate matter, and I don't think anybody wants to upset her currently. Yes, sir, I understand that.
He's crying.
Good.
Because they don't show anything.
Direct. I don't have my phones on it. You spell your last name?
Thank you so much, Colorado Mountain Girl, for 10 gifted memberships. You're all way too generous today. We're never going to get through this. Spicy Italian Mama, new on the channel and got a gifted membership from Colorado Mountain Girl, Earl. And Laurie Marie was lucky enough to be in the mix. Beach Life. That's better than Bitch Life. Don't say stuff like that. That's why people leave you again. Doe Dear. Judy Kaufman. Melanie Saint. Tom Gillis. Jessica French. Robin Imflick. That's the name. Jackaboy. Thank you so much, Colorado Mountain Girl. And welcome to all of your members. You now have access to the Zoobird and the Honey Bun. Thank you, Sarah.
For me, sir.
Yes, check this guy. Thank you, Restless Mom. 13 months. Happy birthday, Baker. You're my favorite. Oh, you are too cute. You are my favorite Restless Mom. Well, my favorite Restless Mom is probably Mike's mom because she taught him how to wrestle two black guys. But after that, you are my favorite Restless Mom. This is why people leave your channel, Baker. I know, but I try to be a little funny and I say stupid stuff.
You're with the IRS, correct?
Eat it, sack. Thank you. We are all mad here. 5 months. Never been happier to spend 5 months as a cream pie. Oh. We all start out as a cream pie somewhere. This is riveting. Mange tak, Hulda Sigfurdsdottir. And I hope Spain is a little warmer than Denmark. We are at -1 degree right now. Well, the jury can see this video, I think. We just can't. But, yeah.
Have you step back out this side door that we came. You okay with walking in? We'll head out because we're here, okay? I'll have you step back out this side door that we came in. Yes, sir. Go, sir. Step down there.
Well, as I said when I began, I'm very confused already because I saw three other channels who thought that he has a strong case and the state didn't prove anything. I think he's going to be found guilty based on the nanny's testimony. They had a really bad day yesterday, the state, but I don't think it's enough to turn it around. And again, this is the first defense witness, so maybe it'll get better. But so far, I haven't really heard nothing that yeah. Oh, 16 degrees. Oh. Whoa. Thank you, butt phone.
Just wait right here for us. We're trying to find out what room to put you in. You want to see her? No, not yet.
Any voters on channel 3 or 5? Voter 1.
Just get a seat on the bed for me.
He just said that she didn't make
I didn't hear what he said, sir.
Can you have someone check this again?
What's the nature of the incident?
Check what?
The status of his wife, ma'am.
Hi, sir. My name is Gina. I'm one of the doctors here. Your wife has died.
This is both.
Where's the other?
Where's that?
She's still at the scene, sir. She's with the other officers.
Would you guys able to ask someone else to bring some tissues? That's gonna.
Okay. We're still burning. Just heads up. Body cams are still on.
Okay.
It's okay.
Just yell at me. I'll get out of your way.
Was it one second? Okay, no problem. Thanks. Do you want, just a napkin? Were you there at the time?
Yes.
You were there at the time. So is there any part that I can help, I can explain what happened when she arrived here, but you were there and it sounds like there was a lot of blood loss?
Yes.
And so I think that she died of blood loss. Her airway was actually okay. I'll call the medical examiner, of course, and we'll do an autopsy and make sure we know for
Yes.
certain. But,
I was trying to just like touch him.
yeah. I mean, those were enormous wounds and, it's not,
There were so many.
yes, and the neck is not compressible, so it's not.
No, they didn't. They didn't assume he did it because if you listen to them, they talked about, well, your wife, this and that, and we're going to the hospital. Are you ready to see her? They didn't believe he did it at this point.
Not possible really to stop.
He wasn't
the blood
arrested
loss.
till way later.
And her airway, it seems like, was in the midline okay. She was able to be intubated. Everything that was possible to be done was done for her right away. You did a wonderful, you did everything that was possible. It's not a survivable injury.
Thank you, Moons. Hey, Amber.
Is someone with her daughter? Is her daughter?
Yeah, we still have officers at the scene with her.
Okay. Just want to make sure that she's safe.
Yeah, she's safe. Yes, ma'am.
She's on the floor.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, the other Mary G. Happy birthday, Baker. We're glad you're
Did you
born.
get hurt, sir?
So am I. That I'm born and that all of you wonderful people are
Are
born.
you certain? Did the person come after you at all? Did they hit you or?
He put his arm on me at one point, but I don't get hurt.
sure. We have tissues here. You want to wash your hands? Probably feel better.
Chocolate, leather,
Officer, is this the situation
Yes.
that the Commonwealth?
We know he did it because he's testified that he shot him. We don't know if he stabulated her, but the blood spatter on the perpetrator isn't consistent with him stabulating her, and the nanny said that this guy stabbed her. So, yeah.
Asked you about when you were originally on the stand?
About him washing his hands?
Washing hands?
Correct.
Yes.
Yes, he
you
was in
weren't
prison
advised
roughly a
by
year.
your chain of command to not allow washing hands or anything like
At that
that?
point in time, no, sir.
I'm sorry?
At that point in time, no, sir.
Okay.
Brendan, how are you doing? I'm the first person in here today. I'm so sorry for your loss.
My wife is under.
You wanted to be checked out medically, right?
Sure.
Can I have a bracelet with your name on it? Brendan Banfield?
Yes.
Would you like me to call our chaplain? Would that be helpful?
Yes, please.
It doesn't sound like this, I mean, the person struck him once, but, no injuries that we need to do imaging or anything like that for.
Verify that his right leg's okay. He's been having some, said it's been feeling weird.
Okay. Since this morning or before?
No, since this morning. I think.
And then,
I think I'm just.
would you be able to sit down for just a second? I'm just gonna check your vital signs, I'm sure
Can I have a tissue?
Yeah. Okay. And then on your turn, would you like me to get you, would you like me to get some scrubs to change into?
Yes.
Hey there. You got it. I'm just gonna, you're gonna feel squeeze on your left arm. I'm just gonna get blood pressure real quick, okay? I'm gonna check your oxygen over here. So what's been going on with your right leg since it happened? You feel like it's hard?
It's like I'm having spasms right here.
I see, okay. And where did the person hit you?
I only remember, sorry, my arm.
Okay, okay. Once you're changing into the scrubs, I'll just look you over there. But I see that you're walking in bearing weight. If anything, it's a bruise, or like he said, you have a muscle spasm because of the stress. I'm gonna borrow your fingers. Or can I get a little bit? I'm gonna let you get changed and get settled, all right? You wanna get on? You can get on.
I guess so. Okay.
How much do you weigh, my dear?
What did I-
You got any pain or hurting?
Officer, is that Officer Baumler that was with you?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And hefty. En Canadian.
Your daughter and the pair have been taken to headquarters, so they're both accounted for. They're okay, so. Yep.
I'm gonna have to step out after the bags, phone, and all that.
It's all right there.
When it changes.
Yep.
So, I'm gonna see if I can take my bags.
All right.
Can I call my mom? At this point, we can't let you do that, because we still have to investigate exactly what happened. Once a detective shows up and kind of talks to you, that's when we can let things, they'll kind of explain a little bit more in depth. We're not gonna ask you any questions about what happened, but what we do have to do is, take photos of you, in the clothes that you have on before you change in the hospital gown, and evidence, so, we're gonna do it, there's no easy way to do it, but kind of the easiest way possible, so, I'm just gonna have to go get my county phone so we can get everything documented, and then basically should be sending the detective out, kind of, when they ask you what exactly happened, because we're not gonna have to go numerous times and then let them do it all, okay? I understand that. I'm gonna go see if I can find some.
No, I got it.
My wife's parents are on their way to my house.
Like Officer Balmer told you, man, as soon as we're able to, we'll let you make phone calls.
Yeah, I don't know what time they're.
Okay.
I know they are coming, but I don't know what time.
Okay, I understand.
Hi, sir.
Is it someone needs to take pictures?
Yes, sir.
Before they change?
Correct.
Okay.
He's out gonna go grab his county phone. Mine's all back in my cruiser.
I figured I didn't have to give you a brown bag.
I think he's getting one, but if you have one, that would be helpful.
Thank you, Christine.
Just bear with us just a second.
And then the Kennedy.
Yes, sir, I understand. Balmer and the ER staff has brown bags if you can't find one.
Thank you, Tessia. Tessia.
Yeah, just have a good couple, because we have to individually bag it.
Direct.
Is Valerie at least with Juliana?
I believe so, yes, sir. I don't see why they would have them separated at this time. Hey, boss. Can you see if they can bring me a couple brown bags, the paper bags?
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you.
I'm back. Do you want coffee, Christine?
I'll have some water.
I'm gonna see if Cranston's gonna be coming this way soon, so we don't do it on phone, but if not, next on caption is gonna be waiting.
Okay, bro. Gotcha.
Yeah, cool. See
Right.
see what happens. Okay, so we have crime scene detectives coming out, and they'll be the ones to take all the photos and all that, instead of us doing it on phones, so that way, they're on the way now, so they should be coming in the next couple minutes.
I understand.
Okay. Do you need like a bottle of water or something?
I think someone's
Yeah,
got
okay. Mr. Chairman, form. You have any other questions for us? I might be able to answer right now, man.
Do we know who the person is?
I don't think he's been identified yet.
I can honestly say that we would not know that information, and at this point, even if we did, we probably couldn't get that information to you, that'd be the detectives that would let you know that.
Certainly, unit, this is going to be an EDC call. 10-4, 331 Bravo, can you start?
My name is Betty. I'm a patient advocate, also chaplain. Yes, sir, this is. Yeah, is there anything I can do for you right now?
Thank you, sir.
Say it for your wife.
Say a prayer for your wife.
Thank you, Tracy
Absolutely.
Sammy.
And what is it?
Christine.
Christine?
We have cracks and detectives taking photos. So I'll still be on a few minutes.
Do you have a specific faith community?
Episcopal.
Gracious and loving God, come before you today in great distress. And Lord, we ask that you be with Christine and with her husband here. We ask that you surround her with your love, that she might feel that and know that you are with her. And Lord, we ask that you heal as only you can. We don't always understand your healing ways, but just ask that you be with her. And be with her husband now in such distress. Watch over him, surround him with your love, and let him feel the warmth of that love. To carry him through not only today, but days and weeks to come. Lord, for a family of friends who can support him at this time, please let them open their hearts and arms and provide that loving support that is so much needed. And this we ask in your name. Amen. We say the Lord's Prayer. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread. Forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen. You've been covered. And I'm here all day. Now, if I come down, whenever you need, and just ask me. Do you have no tissues?
There should be a few boxes of them around here for him now.
No, if I can, anytime. You have a lot to process in there. Need some time alone, but you can just. As I say, I'm here all day.
Thank you, man.
Mr. Banfield? Yes. Hi, my name is Mike Manganiello. I'm one of the detectives. My colleague, Detective Brian Van Bear. Detective Mansfield. I'm so sorry to meet you under these circumstances.
And sir, is that the entirety of your body-worn camera from that day?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and so did you manually shut it off when the detectives came in?
Correct.
Okay, and then uploaded it into the system?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. I don't have any further questions.
Any cross-examination?
That was 1 hour. 1 hour. What did we learn from that? They went to the hospital.
Good morning. How are you?
Good morning, ma'am.
Just a couple of questions. Initially, when we started this video, we started with the portion that the Commonwealth had previously played for you, where you entered the scene. Counsel asked you about your duties, and you responded that you were, at that point in time, working on trying to get a chest seal on Mr. Ryan. Is that correct?
We were trying to locate a chest seal for the female at the scene.
Okay. Were you the first officer to approach Joseph Ryan?
That day, I believe so, ma'am.
Okay. And did you place a chest seal on Joseph Ryan?
Eventually, yes, ma'am.
Okay. You didn't observe any blood coming from Joseph Ryan's chest wound, did you?
Not until after I did CPR.
And his hands were folded over that wound, is that correct?
They were across his chest.
All right. When you made it to the hospital with Mr. Banfield, he was not treated for any injuries to his leg, was he?
No, ma'am.
Or any other part of his body?
No, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. No other questions.
Any redirects? All right, is he still subject to recall, or is he done? Is he subject to recall?
No, ma'am, thank you.
All right, you're free to go. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll go ahead and take our 15-minute recess. Just again, do not discuss the case and do not do any outside research, okay? Thank you.
I'm glad we started late.
All right, just before the jury comes back, I just had a question I had, Shannon. On that video 82, it starts, there doesn't seem to be anything that needs to be under seal, because it starts with him facing the bathroom and they walk out. If you want to review it.
I I don't believe anything would need to be under seal.
I mean, we can review the very beginning, but you're just going to have just that
Yes.
exhibit for
We're
81.
going to make sure that it's where
Just
we started.
where you started.
I think that's fine.
Okay, all right, so we won't have that under seal, okay? And we can just confirm when we get it. Yes. All right, perfect. All right, are we ready for the jury then?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Good morning, Officer Baumler.
Good morning.
I'm going to play a clip for you, and I want you to identify it first, all right, before we play the whole thing, all right?
Yes, sir.
We can't.
I think we may have solved it.
Yes, you have.
I can't read him. He's so weird. Why did defense show this? I don't get it, but also I'm looking for puppies online. You're probably spending your time better than anyone else because his weird fake crying and an hour wasted of, again, normally this is what the state do. Look at all the evidence we have. We just wasted an hour listening to a video that was just body cam and him crying.
Looking at that picture before you, sir, can you identify this video?
Yes, that's my body cam video.
Okay, and this is from February 24th?
Correct, 2023.
From time to time, I'll stop and ask questions, but otherwise, I'm just going to have you watch, not the entire one. Yours goes almost an hour like the previous officer, correct?
I believe so.
Okay, we're going to be quite a bit shorter.
You want to mark it as?
Mark it as Defense Exhibit 83.
Okay. And is you asking to admit it into evidence?
Yes, we are, Your Honor.
All right, any objection?
But there don't believe so, indicate if he's going to jump around this, I'm not entirely sure.
Mike, Elaine,
But do you object to the admissibility of? Okay, so that can be an evidence. Is it?
Yes.
I don't know what it is, so does it need to be under seal?
Yes, it does.
Okay, so video body cam under seal in evidence 83. Okay.
Shot someone. There's a 34-year-old female that got stabbed by someone, and then he shot
thank you,
him.
Jekyll.
Here's another person that he shot, but he's on the ground.
It's the youth,
It's Bravo,
the youth.
the ground. Hit him.
Is this just the driver of the ambulance?
Zach, come on, kid.
No, he's a police officer.
Right, there we go.
Go ahead. What's your number? Inside or outside or where they actually are?
Officer Baumler, that's the radio traffic relating to this incident that you're responding to?
Yes.
And you're gathering information as you hear that radio traffic?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Right on the shoulder, boys. Gotta be people.
I think it's because it's under seal, there's blood in it or something like that. I've never seen a case where so much has been under seal that we can't watch. Well, for those of you who don't know it, Sleuthy is doing an absolutely banger job covering the Richard Allen case out of Delphi. Everyone should, of course, watch her. An amazing mind for collecting evidence and facts. A lot was under seal in that case as well. But this case, even though we have an open courtroom, we have seen how much? 20 pictures or something like that. So, yeah.
There we go. Come on, figure it out.
Take Bravo. The patient is unconscious. The gun shoots in the neck. She's upstairs in the bedroom.
Sorry.
Then the subject shot is in the bedroom downstairs. Okay, I'm sure. Let me ask.
I started to believe that he's trying to do something to just get out of aggravated murder so he can get murder too and potentially see the sun again. That's what I'm thinking he's firing after.
Tank, you don't have time for a shield. Guys, you gotta go a little faster.
Apparently the caller doesn't know the subject, and the caller's trying to help the female with the
Now, at this point, is what you're hearing on the radio the only thing that you know about this?
Correct.
Okay, so there was nothing prior to you starting up your car and going?
So typically what happens is when we get sent a dispatch, it does come to our computer. However, when scenes like this happen, we try to get them as quickly as possible, so most of that information comes over the radio, yes.
Okay, thank you.
You gotta go. Drive a lot faster, better.
Northside Bravo, Fairfax down is due to the wind.
What wind? Get it, Zach. Go, Zach.
And just so we're clear, the body camera begins on what prompt?
So it can be activated one of a few ways. In this situation, it activates when the emergency equipment goes on, or you can activate it by pushing it twice.
Okay, and in this still, you're at the resident?
I'm just arriving, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, you got one? Where's the shooter? Huh?
Shooter's helping the woman right now. He doesn't know the man that's shot.
Which house?
1330.
Not 52 Bravo, there's 4 left of the door. And 4.
Yep. Well, I got voices inside. Let's do something quick. Stack up on me, I guess. County police, call out. Where's the gun at? Where's the gun?
He's up here. He's an officer too. So he just, this is whole house.
Anybody else downstairs?
No. Oh, his daughter is downstairs.
Who else? Just us?
Yeah, she's just one of them.
Guns on the bed. Guns on the bed.
Bravo, they're saying one of the patients is outside now.
Sir, is that the first time you've encountered my client, Mr. Banfield?
Yes.
And he was tending to his wife at that point?
It appears so, yes.
Somebody's outside. All right. Watch out, we got it. Catch up. Jesus. Dude, give me a, what can I do to help? Chest seal, give me a chest seal. Yep. Where else was she stabbed? Is there any other stab wounds? Tank, come here. Tank.
Stand right here.
She got multiple stab wounds to the neck. Okay. Secure those guns.
Ma'am, I need you outside now.
She's breathing.
What do you need?
Get medics in here now.
And sir, when you said that, you were talking about Christine Banfield's breathing, correct?
Correct.
Who shot? You shot? Okay.
He grabbed my arm.
Who did?
He grabbed my arm when I started playing.
Okay. Someone get with him. I don't know where he shot at.
Who's that chest until?
I need it from this neck right now. She got stabbed by him, so someone watch him. Guys, chest seal, now.
We're looking for it. Get called, yeah.
Up this way.
Upstairs. I need chest seal on her and help her right now.
Just stay right there, Shoot him. There's another one behind me. Yeah, I can't do anything with this right now. Someone.
We heard the defendant just say he grabbed my arm, but we also know that's impossible by the positioning, right?
Second pulse of the guy behind me.
Yeah.
She's breathing, so.
We got one guy up here, gunshot wound, one female, multiple stab wounds.
Can someone do this for me? I got one hand kind of tied up here. Up this way. He's in the bathroom, up here.
Where you at?
On her neck. Multiple stab wounds on her neck. You ready? As soon as I let go. Ready? We missed one. Chest.
Get another. There's another half.
Ready?
Go for it. Yep. Hold the door. Just fucking hold pressure. Just sit in the tub. Just sit in the tub.
You need another chest seal?
Yeah, whatever you have. Just whatever you got. Hey, get another. ALT, get more blowout kids. Is there anything else that we know of other than this?
This one got behind me.
On this female.
I don't know. I do not know. She might have defense wounds to the hand, but.
Everybody's accounted for. No need for K9 or healer at this point. K9 10.
Yeah, it's right there.
Security firearm. Just leave it. Where is it?
Tank. Since we got this kind of wait for medics, can you talk with him? Shoot him.
Stand by 1 second.
Medics expedited. Do we have a pulse on anybody?
I can feel him breathing.
Hey, do you have a pulse on him?
No.
pulse. Okay.
CPR on, go ahead. CPR on.
Yeah, if you have anything, start going. Start doing.
This one, she has a pulse. All right.
Multiple stab wounds to the neck.
James, where is he? To the right, he's a hole, multiple stabbing to the left, here, the CPR, gunshot.
I felt the pulse when I was holding
All
that.
right.
We have multiple kills in the neck. We don't know if we have right here.
We don't know any other.
Stab to the neck.
To the neck?
Yes.
Don't know if we actually have it.
Don't know if it's one of them aside. We don't know.
Hey, she's still breathing?
We can feel blood moving. We can see her. We can see her cheek.
You stop doing CPR on him.
You guys good?
Yeah, we're gonna get her.
Okay. Stay down. New risk.
Yeah, this.
Mange tak, Lisa.
Over here. She's breathing. That's why we're moving her. Grab him. Take him downstairs.
Oh my God, hard to feel. Stand by.
Sir, did you have anything to do with moving any of the firearms?
I did not.
Okay, did you see who did?
I do not recall who did.
Okay.
Sorry.
Nope, there's no pulse. Nothing. There's nothing.
I think that's going to be definitely away.
Uh,
I mean, we can. I think that's maybe obvious over there. Just go here.
Oh.
What do you want to do? You want to grab that and go?
No, this is.
Don't know what this is.
She's done.
All right, that's fine. You want to get a rhythm on that?
Yeah, I got the monitor. It's right there behind you.
You had it? Okay.
So where is she?
Nope. There was two on the bed when I came in.
So stay with him. He doesn't know. Yeah. You know the guy. No. Yeah. I'm trying to figure out where's the gun currently.
There's two on the bed.
Firearms right here. Leave them right where they are. That's where we found them.
We moved them away.
All right, that's fine.
They were on the fabric though. We have a knife right here.
Yeah, they're watching a video.
Hey, Sarge, what's up? Do you want to escort him outside? Yeah, right now we're working. So we can
Thank you so much, Deborah. This year should be the year I lose my virginity, or maybe next year.
So one thing is
Maybe that's what you're going to get me for my birthday next year.
Hey, very close to the escort him out.
Yeah.
Is there kids down there? Kids around the way. Go outside.
Oh, that's the
Sir,
same we
you,
just heard.
you accompanied Officer Beckner to the ambulance and all those sorts of things?
So in that situation, I believe what you're trying to ask is, was I in the ambulance with him? Can you clarify?
Well, so at some point, and we just watched Officer Beckner's video, I just want to make sure, you went out of the house at the same time he did, is that correct?
That is not correct, no.
Okay. Did there come up a time where you met up with him at the ambulance?
Yes.
Okay. And then your body-worn camera was essentially the same after that?
Yes.
In terms of the hospital and all those sorts of things? Okay. Your Honor, that's the 12-minute, 36 seconds. That's defense exhibit number 83.
Okay, so you'll
And
file it for me to
yes,
12:36?
Yes.
Okay, to 12:36. All right, thank you. It's in evidence up to 12:36 then.
I don't have any further questions for the
All
officer.
right, cross-examination?
I will. I heard.
Good morning,
I hear
officer.
you can get
Afternoon, I
STDs.
apologize. When you entered the
Hey, Brandon. So good to see you back. We were just discussing where you were yesterday. Marissa said that your wife might have unalived you because she had a long weekend and got tired of you. And I said, she's not like that. Miss Brandon is way better than you think. But this guy was banging, no, not some dude. He was banging his au pair. He was living the same life you did when you was 14. He was just 50 years old, married, and had a kid. So he was banging the au pair who was, I hope your au pair was way better looking, because this one, yeah. And then they set up on a BDSM website that some guy should come over and grape the wife so they could bust in and pew him and then stabulate the wife and make it look like he did it. So, interesting case so far. Even Sue was worried about you. Even Sue was worried.
room, Mr. Banfield was on his knees next to Christine Banfield, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. But Mr. Banfield wasn't using that blue towel we see to staunch the bleeding from her neck, is that correct?
Objection to leading, Judge.
It's
It's
cross-examination.
cross-examination.
I do not believe he was, no.
Okay, and he wasn't using the nearby blankets, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and he wasn't using the sheet?
Correct.
Okay, thank you, nothing further.
All right, redirect?
No, Your
Okay, is this witness subject to recall? No. Okay, you're free to go. Thank you,
Thank you,
officer.
ma'am.
All right, your next witness?
Your Honor, I have a video that Ms. Sands and I have talked about that I think those Leanne Singway.
He said he had 3 or 4 witnesses, so that was number 2. But this one seems to stay on the stand for quite some time. probably no, lunch break should be over. No, started now. Oh, we're behind. We're going to catch up in lunch break.
Bear with me, Ms. Singley.
Name is Lee, capital ANN. Last name is Singley, Singley.
And what is your particular professional discipline?
I'm a forensic scientist.
Okay, and what areas of forensic science do you specialize in?
So currently I work mostly in bloodstain pattern analysis.
Okay, and can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury about your background and your training in bloodstain pattern analysis?
Sure. I guess I'll start with my educational background. I have a bachelor's degree in biology and a minor in chemistry from the University of Pittsburgh. I also received a master's degree with a concentration in forensic science from the University of Florida. In 1987, I was hired as a forensic scientist in the Pennsylvania State Police Crime Laboratory. So I'm just entering now my 39th year in forensics. I spent about 17 years at the State Police Crime Lab and received some training regarding various areas of forensics, but in specific to bloodstain pattern analysis, I started my education in that in 1993. Afterwards, I've had basic and advanced training. I've had training in the math and physics of bloodstain pattern analysis, fluid dynamics of bloodstain pattern analysis, the interaction of blood on fabrics, so a fabrics training class.
Well, let me show you a few things and see where we go from there.
Greater than 10 of those are bloodstain pattern, maybe more.
And have you ever been qualified in Commonwealth of Virginia?
I have not.
Okay, have you ever done work within the Commonwealth of Virginia with police organizations?
Yes, I've conducted training for the Virginia State Police on a number of occasions in bloodstain pattern analysis.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd move Ms. Singley in as an expert in bloodstain pattern analysis.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, so moved.
Ms. Singley, you had an opportunity to see Ms. Groff's presentation yesterday, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you actually know her, correct?
I do.
Through your various affiliations?
Yes, sir.
And were you able to,
So this is the counter expert to tell her to tell us that the blood spatter analysis we got yesterday, remember those 4 hours of insanely boring content was wrong. So this is probably what they're going to lean on.
arriving at, well, let me show you a few things and see where we go from there. Your Honor, can we show that to the witness?
Yeah, it is shown to the witness.
Okay.
If you can make it a little bigger, it might help.
Yeah.
Click on the file name right. No, yeah.
Judge, this is the court's PowerPoint that's coming up. I don't know.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
To review items in this case?
I did.
And if items of evidence relating to this case?
Yeah, so I received photographs, so I didn't actually have the physical evidence, but I did review photographs and videos and things of that nature that would expose me to what was evidence, turned out to be evidence in this case.
Okay. Your Honor, I think I'm going to have to switch the computer just because of that PowerPoint thing that pops up. You able to picture on your screen?
I can.
Did you have an opportunity to review this item as part of the evidence that you reviewed?
Judge, have we identified the photograph?
No, I think it's Defense 80, at least that's what was marked yesterday.
83, I believe, Judge? is that-
80.
80? Okay.
Yes.
Ma'am, I'm going to have you look at what has been marked as Defense Exhibit 80. Have you seen that?
I've seen photographs of this item before, yes.
Okay, and what is it that you notice when you look at this item right here?
It's a knife, it looks like to be stainless steel, like a chef's style knife, and there appears to be transfer bloodstains or some irregular shaped bloodstains along the knife and the blade.
Now, in talking about bloodstains, is there a uniform terminology, or were there attempts to have uniform terminology as to what bloodstains are and varying other descriptive terms?
You mean the actual terms we use when we're writing
Yes.
reports? Yes, the organization that I mentioned to you earlier has set down standard terminology that we would use in the course of writing reports or training or even just discussing bloodstain pattern analysis. And so that has been published.
And or is that how you find, do you find that the terminology is uniform amongst bloodstain pattern analysis?
I mean, the goal, that is the goal, that it would cause uniformity, and it has definitely helped since that terminology has been utilized or has been written and published. To say that everyone is using it correctly or abiding by that terminology, I can't say that for sure, but I can definitely say that it has, the ends have sort of the end result has been what we had hoped it would be, and that is to cause the uniformity of that terminology across the discipline.
Now, did you have an occasion to also analyze or look at other aspects of evidence, like the forensic science reports and things like that?
Yes, when I do a bloodstain pattern analysis, the discipline itself is the study of the size, the shape, the distribution, location, appearance of bloodstains. But in the course of the bloodstain pattern analysis, we also have to include or consider what we call task-relevant information. So information that is relevant to the bloodstain pattern analysis, not necessarily extraneous information, but those things would be like the autopsy report or medical reports if the individual wasn't deceased, or the DNA reports or other forensic laboratory reports that will help to actually include or exclude classifications and ultimate interpretations at the end.
Now, ma'am, if you look at the picture, there's a specific circle relating to an area of that knife that you've just identified.
Just for the record, you had marked that as 80A yesterday, the one with the circle.
80A? Yes, thank you. Identified as Defense Exhibit 80A. Do you see that?
I do.
And do you recall any analysis that you reviewed relating to that particular area of this knife?
Yeah, this is the area of the knife that is at the base of the blade where the handle meets up, and it is one of the areas that was sampled for DNA analysis.
Okay, and did you observe any findings relating to that?
Yes, this area of the knife had DNA. The DNA of Christine Banfield and Joseph Ryan could not be eliminated from that sample.
And were there any others that were excluded from that sample?
I believe Brendan Banfield and Juliana were eliminated.
Okay. And is that what you're referring to? The next page?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and that's...
Your Honor, I would object. This is not.
Well, I mean, he hasn't entered anything into evidence yet, but.
Understood.
And I don't know what this would be marked as. Okay.
80B
You already have it.
or 80...
You have 80B, 80C, 80D, 82, 83.
I'll go 80E.
80E. All right, he hasn't entered into evidence yet, he's just showing the witness.
And what do you see this is, ma'am?
It's the results of the bloodstain, the DNA report that addressed this area of the knife.
Okay, and that's a report that you reviewed in your analysis?
I did.
And this is a portion to highlight that particular statement?
Yes.
Okay. And ma'am, is this also from the report?
Are you going to mark this something?
80F? Did you have a chance to review that?
Yes.
Okay, and is this also a report that you reviewed, a portion of it?
Yes.
Okay, and what does that tell you?
Again, it's indicating that Christine Banfield.
Your Honor, I would object to the witness reading from a report that has not been admitted into evidence and is not the complete
Okay, I'll
report.
sustain that
That's
objection.
fine, that's fine, Judge. And ma'am, did you have occasion to review the Office of the Medical Examiner's report relating to Joe Ryan?
I did.
Okay, and what, if anything, did you observe in your analysis relating to the pictures from the Office of the Medical Examiner?
Well, I looked at the photographs of Joe Ryan at the autopsy examination, and in part of that, I was able to review the injuries that he sustained.
Okay, now the topic of self-wounding came up with Ms. Graff yesterday. Is self-wounding something that is often found in knife injuries?
Your Honor, objection is to leading.
Well, I'll sustain it's leading if you want to rephrase.
Okay. What, if anything, do you find as an expert in knife-related wounds?
So knife-related activities, investigations that involve sharp instruments, so knifings, things like that, of those nature, we often see the assailant, it's not uncommon for the assailant to self-wound during those. In fact, when I'm training individuals, it's one of the things I train law enforcement investigators to ensure that they look to areas of the crime scene that may be far further away from the victim's bodies to find an isolated blood drop or things like that. So we know this to happen, and it can happen in various mechanisms during the activity that's going on in terms of the criminal investigation. But it's not an uncommon occurrence.
Okay, were you able to note where the injuries were in your examination for Joe Ryan?
It was on his left thumb, I believe.
Anything? Did you observe anything else?
I think it was a puncture. It was listed as a puncture wound.
Okay. Now, is that the puncture wound that you're talking about?
I'm
see
sorry,
it?
I can put it back on.
Sorry.
What, this,
This would be 80F,
there was 80B yesterday.
80B.
Okay.
So this photo here that you have
Yes,
now?
this is 80B.
The wound was listed as a central cut puncture of the palmar aspect of the left thumb, and that is what's being depicted here.
Okay. And if, ADF, Judge, would that be the next in line?
You have one marked ADC, which I had put down as finger of Joseph Ryan, and I'm not sure if that's the same picture that you used yesterday when you're showing the other expert.
I'm not certain either, Judge. What's the next one, ADD?
Well, we'll do ADC. I mean, we can make this ADC, that's
ADC,
fine. You haven't
yes.
entered it in evidence yet, so ADC.
And ma'am, is this a picture that you've observed in your analysis of the documentation relating to this case?
Yes, these are part of the autopsy
And
photographs.
is that the same injury that you've previously discussed and identified?
It's on the left, yes, it's in the same location.
And what is that picture of, ma'am?
It's another photo of a different orientation of the thumb.
Okay, so the same injury?
What do you
It
want
appears to be, yes.
What do you want to mark that as?
ADD,
You have a D, you have an E, and you have an F.
ADG,
Okay.
Now, ma'am, in your review of the body, so let's just go through, what did you review, or did your review include body-worn camera?
It did.
Okay. Were you able to review body-worn camera to determine if there were any injuries to Brendan Banfield's hands?
Yes.
Okay. What, if anything, did you find?
Well, I reviewed the video, the body cam video that took him into the ambulance, and they specifically looked at his hands for injuries, and the, I guess it was an EMT, whoever was in the ambulance with him, had indicated there were no injuries.
Okay. Now, ma'am, if you could take a look at the screen. This is the full Office of the Chief Medical Examiner report. Have you had an opportunity to review
There's
that?
nothing on the screen. There's nothing on the screen.
Towards the middle. Court's indulgence still.
Okay.
Is that showing up on your screen?
It was when he was there.
Yeah, I know. I think I'm touched the wrong thing. Okay. Ma'am, can you see, can you see the picture on the screen?
I can.
Okay, and do you recognize that?
This is the DNA report.
Okay, and I'm going to scroll down. Is this the area down here where the cursor is that you previously reviewed?
Yes.
Okay, and that informed your conclusions as to the blood stain near the handle and the handle juncture?
Yes.
And ma'am, can you see this on your screen?
I can.
Okay, and you've reviewed this. This is the report of June 9th, 2023 of the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner?
Yes.
And I'm just going to scroll down. Ma'am, looking at where the cursor is on the screen, is that what informed you as to the exhibit previously?
Yes, this is an area that describes additional injuries.
Okay. Now, did you have an opportunity to review a report from DLI, a private laboratory?
I did.
Okay, and in that report, can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what was the sample that they were providing?
So in the DLI report, there was a sample that that was collected by them on the area of Joe Ryan's jeans. That was the waistband, I think interior and exterior waistband zipper, and I believe the button area. But the significance of their sampling was that in their report, they stated that the sample was taken avoiding staining, meaning that they were not trying to collect staining, they were trying to avoid stained areas of that part of the jeans.
Okay, and what would you say about avoiding the staining and still having a laboratory analysis? What are they looking for?
Typically, they're looking for a DNA source that's not coming from staining. So touch DNA, or sometimes they'll do it just to determine who the wearer is of an item of clothing, or sometimes they'll do it just to see if somebody touched that area, that they're curious if they can find the DNA from that individual.
Okay, and do you recall the results of that report?
I believe the results of that area, that included DNA sources from Christine Banfield and Joseph Ryan, but Brendan and I believe Juliana were both eliminated.
Okay, so let me kind of shift gears here about blood stain pattern analysis and what you do when you first start out doing it in a case.
You mean my general methodology of how I
Yes.
do an approach? So when I get a case now, and currently I get a case, I want to know as little information about the case as possible. So I try to limit whoever is requesting it from me to just the information that I need to know in terms of the blood stain. So typically that might be like how many individuals were injured, or if there was more than one deceased, more than one bleeder, what their injuries might have been, things of that nature. And then I will get whatever materials are provided to me. I start looking through the photographs, determining what I can say or maybe not say about certain pattern types. We call that the characterization. We characterize them, as I mentioned, through the size, the shape, the distribution, location of the stains. We look to see how they might correlate with each other. And then we begin or attempt to list a classification or classify them in what might have caused them. So earlier I talked about those characteristics, and I think it's important to understand that blood stain pattern analysis is answering a very different question than DNA analysis. DNA is answering the who, the BPA, the blood stain pattern analysis attempts to answer the how. So how the blood stains got to a location. So once I've done that, initial preliminary classifications or some idea of what I believe this might be coming from. I'll then incorporate in things like the autopsy report, DNA analysis, that will help us to refine that classification, maybe eliminate some things that I might have kept in the running in terms of a classification. Then at the end, we discuss what those classifications mean in terms of the DNA and what we might be able to interpret in terms of individual events or things that happened at a particular crime scene.
Now, can you see the picture that's on the screen there?
I can.
Okay. Your Honor, I would identify that as Defense Exhibit 84.
I believe it's already the Commonwealth's Exhibit 173, is that
So
correct?
Judge, the original picture was admitted as Commonwealth's 173.
Okay.
His manipulation of the picture to show the cropping side by side with the original is not.
Okay, so,
Specifically neither of those.
all right, so what number did you want
I
to
think
make?
84 was the next one.
Yes, okay.
Ma'am, can you describe what you're seeing there on the screen?
Yes, this is the left forearm of Joe Severian and bloodstains that were on that left forearm.
Okay. And did you create this side-by-side comparison?
I did.
And what was the intention of that? What were you trying to show?
Just it gives an overall of the arm. You kind of see it in that perspective, and then just I put a square around the area that I cropped so that you could kind of see it how it related to the arm in total.
Okay. Your Honor, can I move that in as Defense Exhibit 84 and publish it to the jury?
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, 84 in evidence.
Can you describe what you're looking at for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury and what it is that you do in analyzing something like this?
So first, let's start with what I do when I'm analyzing something like this. Again, I know I'm sounding repetitive, but I look at things like the size, the shape, the distribution, location, and certainly take into consideration the target surface. We know that that has a profound effect on what we see. So we have to think about that when we're looking at things like size and shape, because it can change depending on what the target surface is. This target surface was a bit unique in the sense that it was a forearm that had quite a bit of hair on it, so it provided a different surface than, say, a flat table or even carpet. It tended to have an influence on what we were seeing.
Now, what is it that what is it that you can say about this stain pattern?
So I just described what I saw here, which was a linear series, so a series of some irregularly shaped drops or stains that were located on this arm. I did not use the word drop. I used a series of irregularly shaped smaller stains because if you look at it closely, the stains themselves are almost three-dimensional in shape because they in areas were clinging to the hair on the arm. So it distorted what we can see in terms of its true shape and true, like even the size of it. There's no measurement in here, so we really don't have a true size.
Okay, and so in determining what exactly this stain is, you would want measurement?
Well,
you would check out what the surface is?
Yeah, I mean, we don't always have measurements. Sometimes they're not there, and we can use things in the area that can sort of inform what our size might be. But I don't have a true size. I did call them smaller because they appeared smaller compared to things around it in the area. But yeah, I mean, certainly the more information you have, the more data we can use to then make a classification.
Based on the information that you had relating to these stains, is it possible to make a classification?
I did not make a classification, and this target surface did not lend to classifying these stains to a specific mechanism.
Now, let's switch gears a little bit. In terms of how blood falls on things, can you opine as to what kind of pattern would be created if someone put blood onto a surface?
Put blood on how? How are you? I mean, touching a surface? If it
Holding blood and dropping it?
If an individual had, say, blood in their hands that had enough volume for it to release, like if it were to just drop to the ground, we would call that a splash pattern. So it would be a large volume of blood that is falling due to gravity. It's not, you'd have to be careful to not include their hands swinging, because if their hands swing in that process, now you have cast off, which is blood being released from an object in motion. If it's just merely falling onto the surface, then you would get a splash pattern. And that usually will then have sort of a parent area of where the volume of the blood is. And then because that parent area was created with blood sort of collapsing into itself, it'll create satellite spatters around that area.
Okay, and have you worked with those kinds of patterns?
Yes, I mean, I make up mock crime scenes for my training, so I've created them myself by doing that.
Now, Is it plausible for someone to scoop up blood and carry it to a deposit somewhere?
I'm sorry.
Objection leading.
All right, I'll sustain as to leading.
What, if anything, well, first of all, let's just talk about how would one scoop blood?
I don't know how you would do that.
Okay.
I mean, scoop it up from something, like, I mean, it's a fluid, I think it'd be difficult, it's not like you can, like you have a dustpan that you could, you know what I mean? When I think of scooping in that nature, I just think in terms of if I had spilled something on my floor in the kitchen, I wouldn't be able to pick it up with my hands, if that's what you're asking me.
Okay. If does the surface that the blood is on, does that, I mean, you're saying you don't know how it can be scooped, but does the surface matter?
Yes, I mean, yeah, I mean, if you have the blood on something that's porous and absorbent, then there would be less blood that you'd be able to even scoop, if you will. If you know what I mean, there would be less blood. You wouldn't be able to access it because it would be soaking in to an absorbent surface.
Okay. Have you ever experienced in blood stain pattern analysis someone scooping blood and pouring it in another place?
No.
What would be the difficulties of that if that were to have happened?
Well, I think getting it into your hands to begin with would be a challenge, and then transferring it.
Your Honor, I would object at this time. Calls for speculation. She's just testified that she's not had any experience with any scooping of blood, so I'm not.
Speculation.
I think her expertise in blood spatter analysis gives her an opportunity to opine as to how it could be done if it was.
I'll sustain that, for that question, I'll sustain the objection if you want to rephrase.
Blood as a fluid, is it possible to pick it up?
Pick it up on, yeah, I mean, I think I think the difficulty here is, of course, you can touch blood and it picks up onto your fingers, right? Like if you, as a transfer stain. I think the fact that it's a fluid, the challenge is that if you're trying to collect and keep it in the confines of your hand, the first part is getting it into your hands, and the second part is not having it seep back through your fingers, out of your hands. Does that make sense? So like, the only thing I can use to describe it is when I'm making a mock crime scene, sometimes we'll put blood in our hands and make like an impact pattern from it. And just putting small amounts in the hand, it's difficult to contain it in the hand, even in doing that, right? So that's about the closest I can get to having an experience of what it's like to actually, and that's when we pour it into our hand from, a cup. I know this sounds we do this because we use real blood when we do training. So I know what it's like to have blood in the hand, and trying to work with it in that way, it's a challenge.
Okay. And so just to follow through with your example, what is it that you're trying to show when you would do these trainings?
So all I'm doing is or me or my trainer will put it in there, because we're going to ultimately smack it to create an impact pattern. And by putting it in your hand, you're able to place your hand in a mock crime scene to kind of mimic where somebody might have been beaten or something like that. So we're using it as a training tool for that purpose. It was just an example of the challenge of keeping it contained within the palm of your hand.
Okay. Now, going back to your review of the evidence in this case for purposes of blood stain pattern analysis, did you see anything that indicated that Joe Ryan not being involved in the stabbing?
Objection leading.
Yes, I'm sorry. Objection leading.
All right, I'll sustain as to leading.
Okay. What indications, what if anything, do you look at to determine if someone's involved or not involved in an incident dealing with stabbing?
I think maybe I would like to answer it in the methodology of how I look at a bloodstain case. Once I've evaluated the pattern types and come to some classifications and come to some interpretations of how they might relate to each other, I might be asked, or sometimes I'll even have information, like I might have had in this case, to look at it and think of it in terms of statements that were made, or in that we had information from the body cams that I had when I was looking at that. So when I do that, I can kind of evaluate the evidence to see if there's anything that sort of doesn't seem to align with one way or another, or some things that, not necessarily that do, but more looking for the things that might raise quote, the red flag, like kind of go, oh, this doesn't seem to align with that. Maybe I need to do some more exploration or find out more information about that. So that's what I did in this case.
Okay, and did you, and it sounds to me like you're looking for things that rule someone out and things that stay with the possibility of being one of the people there.
Yes.
Okay, in your pattern analysis, bloodstain pattern analysis,
Sorry, I was getting a phone call from the grandson, so I was a little away from the screen to talk to him. He was eating a banana and stuffing it into his basket of toys. So that's going to be nice. Did we learn anything interesting? Sue, stop being mean. I was talking to my grandson. He can almost say granddad now. I missed all the fun. I hardly believe that.
did you find anything that would exclude Joseph Ryan as being involved in the stabbing?
Objection calls for a final conclusion. Goes to the.
Did you want to approach?
Yes, please.
Has he been getting the answers he wants, or?
Bloodstain listened to Ms. Graff yesterday, correct?
Yes.
Now, in terms of your discipline of bloodstain pattern analysis, is it your experience that everything can be labeled based upon an analysis?
Judge, objection is leading.
Oh, there's 20 minutes
What if
in there.
anything-
I'm so sorry.
Yeah. What, if anything, is your experience as to labeling every aspect of spots, even if they're not tested?
I'm not sure what you mean by labeling. You mean classifying them?
Classifying, sorry. That's-
I'm sorry, say it again. So what is my experience regarding whether you can classify everything
Yes.
in a crime scene? Oh, no, many times we can't classify certain stain patterns because of some of the things I already mentioned. It could be the target surface, the amount of stains that we have, the other data that isn't just available for us to form that classification. That's not uncommon. And we can't really classify every single bloodstain. We don't attempt to. In many cases, we could be doing it a long time if we tried to identify or even address every bloodstain that's at a crime scene.
Ginger with us all for 4 months. Happy birthday, Becca Rooney. Thank you so much.
Okay, and in listening to her testimony yesterday, did you have any agreement or disagreement with what she said about certain bloodstains?
There were certain bloodstains that I did not provide
but-
classification for that she did.
Okay, and are there any in particular that you're speaking of?
Well, the forearm stains was one area. The four irregularly shaped
She asked if he could blow me a kiss, and he licked the screen. So it's kind of a kiss.
stains that are on the forearm, she provided a classification for as being drip stains, and I did not.
Okay, and why did you not provide a classification?
Again, as I stated, the target surface here really distorted or what we were able to see to get that sort of well-formed circular stain that you would be looking for to be able to say that it's a drip stain from the exclusion of all other mechanisms. Because once you've classified it as a certain mechanism, you've excluded everything else. I didn't feel there was enough information here for me to do that. And this target surface, it would be inappropriate, I believe, to do that because the target surface was not ideal for being able to do that.
Now, if you didn't have enough information, would it be possible after the fact, which is what?
Objection is deleting.
All right, I'll stay in leading. Is this a good time to take our lunch break?
Yes, yeah.
Okay, all right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and take our lunch break for an hour. Please do not discuss.
Now we only have to fill 10 minutes of dead air. But aren't we glad that we started 2 hours later and didn't hear anything? We can go back and hear that that argument they had in the beginning about dismissal.
Pursuant to due process requirements of the 14th Amendment of the United States Constitution.
Thank you,
For the
Gabster.
Commonwealth's knowing use of false testimony tainted the trial and must be dismissed pursuant to NAPU versus Illinois. I have the cases, Judge, and I can submit those to you. I've given some to counsel. Unlike a motion to strike where we're talking about the sufficiency of the evidence, now the defense is making a motion to dismiss under NAPU versus Illinois. This is incumbent upon the moment that you realize what the violation is. And as of yesterday, when the Commonwealth closed, with no detectives, with no evidence relating to the digital forensics, which no evidence relating to the catfish, which has been what they've said all along. It was at that point when they rested that this became incumbent upon me to make this motion. Usually this motion is made in conjunction with a Brady request that's not complied with. It stands for the proposition that if the government knowingly uses false testimony, the trial is tainted, not just for credibility issues, and must be dismissed. In this case, and actually in Napu, the government failed to correct the testimony of a witness co-defendant who stated he was given nothing in exchange for his testimony when the prosecutor knew he was to receive favorable treatment from the sentencing court. This knowing falsity was enough to taint the trial, requiring reversal. For this, a bit of background is required. In September, the Commonwealth gave me a list of probably 65 witnesses. That was the last filed witness list with, that was probably when Mr. Clean was still on the case. There was no pursuit.
Yes, I went back to, because he had an argument to dismiss the case because of a false witness. It's going to be thrown out, as you can guess, but I had to fill 15 minutes of dead air, so let's hear him argue.
To the discovery order, any witness list filed for the Commonwealth. It was only when I reached out that I was able to get a list of some names that they potentially might be using, of which Detective Miller, who's the digital forensic detective, was not on there, nor was Detective Bryant. In fact, there were very few police witnesses other than Detective Leach, who we did hear from. As the court notes, you've had this case from the beginning. You've seen the battles for Brady material, which we know were violated because ultimately what came was concluded to be Brady and was known to the Commonwealth back in November of 2024, in fact, even before that. Speaking specifically as to the things that were known or should have been known, is Detective Miller, for Fairfax County digital forensic expert at the time, did an executive summary that was in the October timeframe. In that, he says that Christine Banfield.
Thank you, Kurt.
He concluded that Christine Banfield never lost control over devices. And it was she who was reaching out to Mr. Ryan and others on BDSM websites.
Texas Lolly.
Thus thwarting the theory that the defendant was part of a catfishing scheme to lure Mr. Ryan to the Banfield home to set up a double murder. Detective Miller's report was sent to be peer-reviewed as the chain of command did not like its findings. That peer review was concluded and they concurred with Detective Miller's report.
It should.
This was known a year before Mr. Banfield's arrest and coincided with Juliana Peres Magalhães' arrest. During the almost 1 year that Juliana remained in jail, Juliana's counsel requested 2 continuances and never secured a digital forensic scientist. And it's unknown if he knew about Detective Miller's conclusions at the time that he decided to take to advise his client to take the actions that she's taken. When the co-defendant decided to accept the reduced plea for time served and her mother counseled her to take the plea and blame it all on Brendan, there was a highly unusual event for Fairfax County wherein the lead prosecutor for this case, Eric Klingen, questioned and interviewed Juliana in the presence of her counsel and some police detectives. In that video interview, she gave a statement in which multiple occasions of her version did not line up with digital forensics and could not have occurred. Detective Miller was then pressured by the detectives in the case to alter his findings to fit Juliana's story, to which he declined and prepared his summary for the homicide unit. He was then transferred without a request to the child exploitation unit. It can be concluded that as of October 2024, the police and the Commonwealth attorneys knew the evidence did not support the catfishing theory. When in October 2025, when she gave her first recant, there were police and prosecutors in there, yet the prosecutor was the one that was questioning. The absolute unprecedented upheaval of the homicide division has been well documented and is directly related to this catfishing theory that was pushed upon, and also by the unsupported evidence. At the defense motion for bill of particulars in September, the court asked, is this still a viable
Thank you, Robin.
alternative for the Commonwealth to prove catfishing, and the Commonwealth committed to that. However, as the evidence ends yesterday, Judge, we have nothing but Juliana Peres Magalhães.
No. We are going back. This is from the beginning. I just wanted to show you. Because he's an idiot. Haven't you watched this trial?
That's, as to the motion to strike, I understand the court's position, but these findings and the evidence to support the finding that the Commonwealth knew or should have known is it within every aspect of this case at this point. This is essentially a lack of candor issue, Judge, with the court, and it's in violation of Virginia State Bar Rule 3, which requires candor with the court. Rule 3.8 requires the Commonwealth to be the minister of justice, not just an advocate. Further, 3.8 requires a prosecutor to withhold indictment if there is no probable cause. At the time of Mr. Banfield's indictment, the police knew about Detective Miller's findings, and Ms. Peres Magalhães had not changed her story and accepted the Commonwealth's plea deal. These ethical requirements have not been met. But more troubling is the presentation of false evidence by the co-defendant. It is analogous to a prosecutor presenting the testimony of a victim in a rape case knowing the DNA exonerates them but doesn't present it. This known falsity denies the defendant a fair trial. This should be dismissed pursuant to NAPU. This should be dismissed pursuant to NAPU versus Illinois as violative of the 14th Amendment. And there are additional cases, Judge, which I have for your review, which are closely aligned with NAPU, which is the seminal case.
Yeah, I'm familiar with those cases, but thank you, Mr. Carroll. If you want to,
Would you?
that's fine. Yes, ma'am?
Thank you.
Thank you.
I did say it, Money, that I went back. Thank you, not a House defendant.
Your Honor, counsel has highlighted the Commonwealth's witness list containing 65 people, most of whom we did not call. I expect the same to be true of defense, and that is the nature of a case. When we want to make sure that we do not limit ourselves should evidence be required, we list a witness on that witness list, which is provided to the court well in advance of trial. In this matter, we called the witnesses that we believe presented the evidence clearly to the jury. We have presented the physical evidence collected, we've presented the DNA analysis, we've presented the blood evidence, and there is no requirement that we call a lead detective to present a narrative when we in fact have the person who was in the room to present that narrative. In this case, counsel argues that Juliana Peres Magalhães presented false testimony. That's a matter for the jury. Counsel simply doesn't like what she said. That doesn't make it false. At this point in time, Judge, I don't believe that there's any merit to this motion, and we would ask you to deny.
All right. Anything further?
No, Your Honor.
All right. I am familiar with the NAPU cases and their prodigy. And the NAPU cases are a little different from here because in those cases, they're based on a prosecutor's failure to correct testimony that he knew to be false. That's not what we have in this case. There's no evidence the Commonwealth is using false testimony. It's just the weight of the co-defendant's testimony that does go to the jury. I don't have any Brady violations at trial at this time, and none have been alleged. The Commonwealth has presented their evidence, which has survived a motion to strike, but I cannot find any violations of the 14th Amendment. At this time, the co-defendant did provide testimony as to a catfishing theory. The way the Commonwealth puts on their case is up to the Commonwealth. I don't have any evidence or showing that the Commonwealth has used any false statements, testimony that they knew to be false. So therefore, I'm going to deny your motion. Okay?
Thank you.
All right. Yes, sir.
So this was the big, hey, you didn't use all the witnesses that you had listed, and the narrative was changed. You're out of here. This feels like the case that's getting sent back for a do-over if the state somehow wins this trial. State's main witness a mess, not even a hot mess, more like a Janeiro 6 mess. I said on a good day she's a 7 with all the makeup and all the filters. This isn't going to be sent back. There's nothing nefarious in this case at all. There's nothing being raised that in any way says that they haven't done what they're supposed to do. Yes, I know there's a detective out there who didn't see it the same way they did it. But when didn't he see it? Was it in the initial part of it, and then they went on, got the blood splatter analysis, did the testing, and then they charged it? Because remember, they didn't charge him till way after they charged her. So I don't see there's any way any of this can really be sent back for what we are seeing. Thank you, Amy B. Never be sorry if you suck, hon. Oh my, oh my. Suction. Hey, Deadwit. But yeah. It's they wanted to introduce a whole lot of letters where she's talking about, oh, it's gonna be you and me forever, and I miss you and I can't live without you, and I'm crying all the time. But it was just snippets of letters. There's a lot of them where she said this is an incomplete document because you can see it's 3 pages and they only provided 2 pages, and it's cut off mid-sentence and stuff like that. So he's not a good defense attorney. Thank you, Haystacks. Thank you, Annie. And well, it's a quite an interesting case, and I see we have a new competitor for the viewers today. So if you don't want to watch it on Court TV, you can watch it on their channel and have no commentary. So that's called restreaming, and that's in conflict with YouTube's TOS because that's not fair use when you don't provide commentary, transform the product, or in any significant way. And I do because I talk about boobs. That should be my... Can I put that on my Amazon wish list? Maybe I should do that. What? Sorry, I drifted off again. Mr. BLT. Oh no, Mrs. BLT. Sorry, I saw yesterday or the day before on Twitter that BLT is actually a woman. I can't remember what your name is, but they found out. BLT is actually a woman. Can you show us the video from Odense that you had put on Twitter? I can. If I can find my own profile. Over from... No, I didn't put a video. I just... the only thing I put on Twitter was the mockingbird or the nightingale. The nightingale. I put a YouTube short up of... You could wind it up and then it will tweet and move its head. We were at the Hans Christian Andersen Museum today. It was it's a really good museum they had made out there. So if you're ever in Odense and you like Hans Christian Andersen, you should go watch it. It's half an hour, 45 minutes. Really, really well made.
All right. Are we ready for the jury?
Yes.
Okay.
She thinks she can prove there was no catfish because the state presented no evidence that Christine handed over the device to the husband. They just took her computer while she was asleep. Smack my hiney. Yeah, and we have a witness testifying that they took her computer without her knowledge. No, yeah, well, it could be a copyright strike, but YouTube has a rule that you're not allowed to restream. If I just did this and didn't say a word for the next couple of hours, that would be restreaming, and that is against YouTube's TOS. They did it a lot because there was a lot of people who would steal like Mr. Beast and stuff like that and just sit there and look at it. So yeah. What's the latest on the copyright strike? It hasn't been removed. It should have been removed yesterday. So, but I haven't had any legal papers filed against me, so it should go away.
Ms. Singley, good afternoon.
That's your next defense when you get your next bills.
You listened to Ms. Groff's testimony yesterday, correct?
Yes.
Did you hear her discussion of the position of Joe Ryan and the blood, whatever she called it, on Joe Ryan? Do you remember that discussion?
Yeah, you mean specific to his arm? Or is that what you're referring to?
Specific to his position on the ground.
Yes, I did hear her talk
Okay.
about that.
Did you agree with that?
That the bloodstains would indicate that he was lying on the ground?
Yes.
No.
And what can you point to in your expertise?
I didn't say any names.
Have you arrived at that conclusion?
Well, so I guess starting with, I believe that she mentioned that the stains that were the 4 linear stains that I did not classify, she classified them. So that's where the first divergence was. So then that classification is what led her to say that he would have been in a position lying on the ground when they were deposited, if I recall correctly. So the first part is that as I mentioned before lunch, the target surface didn't lend to classification to start with, and to go on to then determine what that classification would mean in terms of his positioning is the part where it starts by the fact that I didn't believe that a classification could be made. Then to go on further to say what that classification would mean would be why I would disagree.
Okay. And was there evidence that you observed that would have support different conclusions than that, other than not being able to classify?
So maybe the best way to describe this is to have you understand what a drip stain is in terms of bloodstain pattern analysis. A drip stain is a stain that is formed by gravity alone. So it's not just a circular stain you see on a surface. It's a circular stain that arrived by a passive, formed by gravity. So it's not something that happened that's circular from another mechanism, but it just happened to hit the ground at perpendicular, making it circular. It is formed only through gravity alone. So the fact that I didn't classify it as anything was the first part. But then on top of that, if you have just the fact that something is circular does not make it a drip stain. It's one of the features you can look at, but it doesn't mean that it's a drip stain. So there are other mechanisms that when the blood is going through the air, say from an impact, say somebody was being beaten with a hammer. When the blood goes through the air, it goes in a parabolic arc, and if it doesn't hit anything in that trajectory, it will eventually fall to the ground, and when it hits the ground, it's going to look circular. But if it hits the wall on the vertical surface, it's going to look circular there too, because anywhere it hits a perpendicular, it will look circular. But we look at the size of them to kind of help to inform whether it could just be a drip stain, something that just was because somebody was standing over something and dripping blood, or if it was because of another mechanism. So because we didn't have a lot of these features, there was no classification done, because the size helps to inform that, and then the shape itself and the fact that we had this target surface to eliminate any of those other mechanisms, to only say that these are coming from drip stains and coming from above was part of the problem. Going further, if they were drip stains, it doesn't mean that because his arm was this way, that he was down on the ground. It just means that the arm was in a position horizontal to where the passive drop was coming. Because people move around, your arm can be in, your body can be in different positions when you do that. So the orientation of your body and where that is in relation to where the blood is coming from is going to be how it will look like on that surface. But it's hard to then say, oh, the person was in this position just because there's something circular here that I think is a drip stain, and therefore, because it's coming from above, he has to be on the ground laying down.
And if you were, as you've indicated in your previous testimony, that you would need more information, what more would you need other than what you just said in order to even make the determination?
Judge objection calls for speculation.
You mean, what, I'm sorry.
Maybe you need to go back and listen maybe put it down at 0.5 speed and listen very carefully, because it's probably some of the most interesting testimony we have heard forever. It's been, it's so interesting. Feel like she doesn't really disagree, but just throwing words out there to say the other expert is wrong. Yeah, it's just like, well, you could have interpreted it a different way. She's not saying she's wrong, but I interpret it differently. But you could interpret it both ways.
Objection calls for speculation.
I'm just asking her what other tools.
Overruled, that's fine.
Yeah, I think, I mentioned earlier, same answers as I would be looking at the size, shape, distribution, location, appearance. Those are the features that I look for, and determine that this is a drip stain to the exclusion of all other mechanisms. I would want to look for something that would look perfectly circular, that I could see scalloping all around the edges or spining around the edges, or it's perfectly circular on, like, say, a smooth surface, and that it has some size to it that would indicate that it's coming from just gravity forming it. If it's tiny, then, and I see it in terms of other, maybe in terms of other spatter stains in that area, I'm going to presume it's coming from, or classify it as something coming from a mechanism that's a spatter-producing mechanism, as opposed to just a single passive drop. So sometimes we can't tell. I mean, we just have to look for those features and hope that if the target surface allows for it, we can classify it.
And in the absence of concrete information, is it appropriate to default toward a
Objection leading.
classification?
Sustained is to leading.
In the absence of additional information you want, how does one resolve that?
You go back to the higher classification. So if we start at blood stain, and then we might go to a spatter-producing mechanism of some sort, and then we can classify that either to cast off or impact or expirated blood. If we don't have the features to meet those on each level of that, we revert back to the level that's higher. And so in this case, I just said, these are blood stains, and I described them. They were irregularly shaped, somewhat three-dimensional on the arm.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions.
All right, cross exam.
Are you effing kidding me? She didn't do any determination other than say it could have been misinterpreted. Nothing that said clearly he couldn't get in that Joseph Ryan couldn't have done it. Or could have done it. Thank you, Buck. Baker, hope your birthday and year are magical. Well, my birthday so far is magical because I got to hang out with the nice, cool people and Dave. And Customs let in 3 packages from the Americas. And if everything goes well, maybe tomorrow, maybe the day after, I will get my long-awaited package from Dodo as well. So it's going to be a big old box opening stream because I have Holly Max package, 3 packages from J7, and then the gifts I got today, and my cease and desist letter. So that's almost a stream in itself. So you're saying he was lying dead on the floor and the stabulation drops was falling on him. That doesn't sound great for the defense. Well, his arm could have been up here, and then he could have been stabbing with the other one and then hold the knife perpendicular to the arm. You forgot that very important little thing. It could absolutely have been absolutely nothing like they claimed. Yes. Oh my. Especially after I found out you're now a lady. So no more, well, it's still going to be roast beef pictures, but it's going to be some different roast beef pictures if you catch my drift. Get that roast beef clapping.
Nomination?
I don't know when Holly sent this, but this hasn't been stock in customs. I think this came within a week.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Hi.
So to stay with where we just left off.
Okay.
You're keeping it at the classification level that's up here because you don't have enough information to go a next step. Is that correct?
Yes.
But that doesn't inherently mean that that next step isn't a possibility, right?
Well, I don't consider the possibilities because if I can't go beyond the classification, then I didn't go beyond the classification. There's a reason I stopped.
Sure.
So I wouldn't.
But because you stopped, that then leaves all of the options still available. None have been excluded, correct?
You mean every possible mechanism that could possibly produce a blood stain?
Yes.
Yes, I guess, yes.
Yes,
Yeah.
including drops from above.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Going back for just a moment, you testified regarding the DLI lab, and you stated that the test
Yes, I got a cease and desist.
sample was the pull from the genes avoiding
And Brendan says, remember extra horsey sauce. I'm not a big fan of horseradish, but I'm especially not a big fan of extra sauce on those. Ew. Ew. Yes, today is my 27th birthday. I haven't opened any packages yet, so I don't know if there's Susie Q's in there. But my package from Marissa that was supposed to be delivered here yesterday got returned because it had hot honey in it. So I'm not sure Susie Q's will make it through.
staining. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, say that again. I
You
didn't hear that.
testified about the DLI DNA lab, specifically that the sample was a swab or a portion of Joseph Ryan's genes avoiding staining. Is that correct?
Avoiding staining, yes, I'm
Okay,
sorry.
but did you also read in the report that that sample was positive for blood?
Mr. Tiny Hands.
Yeah, so it didn't say it was positive for blood. It said that blood was indicated in the sample. And so what that means is that they did a presumptive test. So that's a test that,
Right, we heard about that from our DNA experts. but-
so we didn't, the blood wasn't identified in that sample. It was an indication that there was blood there. And I think to clarify that the testing that is used in that instance
Thank you, Deborah.
is a very sensitive test that can pick up blood that you
Judge, I'm
can't
going
see.
to object. I don't think she's presented any foundation for knowledge of how the testing was conducted, and that wasn't my question.
All right, we're going to ask your question again. Let's go
Okay.
that way.
The laboratory result said that blood was indicated.
This is the BLT sandwich I'm going to get with extra horseradish sauce tonight.
Yes or no?
Yes, that's not what you asked me, though. You said it was found.
Maybe
It was, yeah, the test only said that blood was indicated,
Okay,
and yes.
thank you. That's all I have, Judge.
Okay, any redirect? Is this witness subject to recall?
Yes.
All right, so since you're subject to recall, just don't discuss your testimony with anybody, all right?
Okay, thank you.
I'm sorry. You're free to go if you wish.
Oh, he's a happy fellow. Well, sadly, that can't come through. That's Lefty. He's a French Canadian who has his own YouTube channel. He has tiny, very tiny hands.
Yes, my name is Brendan Miller, Brendanmiller.
And where do you currently work?
Fairfax County Police Department.
In what capacity do you work in the Fairfax County Police Department?
I'm a detective in the child exploitation section.
Okay. During your, were you involved in this case as an investigator at any point?
Yes,
Okay, and what was your capacity as investigator?
I was the digital forensics examiner for this case.
And when did that change?
About a year ago.
Sorry, almost there.
Thank you, Iris. Happy birthday. Hope you have a Malort. I don't have a Malort. I drank all of my Malort. They don't last long in my house, but thank you so much, Irish. No, tiny raccoon-like hands. And Binging Crimes, Not Cookies, celebrates 5 months saying, HBD, my daughter. What the? Go away. Go, no. Thank you. My daughter, LA.
In child exploitation, do you utilize?
Well, congratulations to your daughter. And imagine that someone as young as you has a daughter that's the same age as me. Because I'm also 27 years old. And Iris says, 26 months. Damn, could have sent that for free. Well, you should check before.
The same skills that you had when you were a digital
See you later,
forensics?
Iris.
I do.
Okay.
Thank you.
And so when you left digital forensics, did you leave of your own volition?
I did not.
And was the
Oh, this is the police officer who didn't agree. This is it was a setup.
transfer to child exploitation?
And thank you, Binging Cookies Not Crimes, Crimes Not Cookies, for gifting 5 memberships to Robin Bro, Sewing B33, Fearless Farm Girl, Katie Donut, and Football Dude Boy 6118. All receive gifted memberships.
Yes, the transfer was to child exploitation.
Okay. How long had you been in digital forensics prior to being transferred?
Since roughly 2019, so about 5 years.
Okay. And how long, how many cases had you handled in digital forensics prior to that transfer?
I don't recall the exact number.
Okay. Were you the person who did the digital forensics in the Fairfax County Police?
One of them.
How many others are there?
There were 6 at the time, I believe.
And now, when you were transferred out, this was in the middle of the investigation of this case, correct?
I don't know if I would classify it as the middle or
Okay.
where it was.
It was during the pendency of this case.
Yes, this case was still going on.
Okay. And in your capacity as digital forensics examiner, I'm going to ask you to look at a document. Judge, do you see anything on the screen?
Just your screensaver.
Okay.
Can you figure this one out? You're so bad at the tech stuff. It's annoying.
My apologies, Judge.
That's all right.
Sir, can you see that on the screen?
Yes, sir, I can.
Okay. Do you recognize that?
I do.
Okay, and what is that?
That is an executive summary.
And this is an executive summary that you wrote as digital forensic examiner for the Fairfax County Police?
Yes.
Did you want to mark that as a?
Yes, Your
Exhibit.
Honor. 85, please. Offense
85 for the
85.
record? Just thank you.
And sir, this is your personal digital forensics executive summary, is that right?
I created this document, yes.
Okay. And now, in arriving at these conclusions, this was related to your work as a digital forensic examiner, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I move this in as Defense Exhibit 85.
Any objection?
Yes, Judge. At this point in time, I think this would qualify as an expert report. This witness has not been qualified as an expert, nor has any foundation been laid for the report.
Okay, so foundation is the objection, so I'll sustain that objection if you want to lay.
I can do that?
Sure.
So, sir, tell me about your experience in digital forensics.
In what regard?
From the moment you got into digital forensics, what kind of training did you have?
I've received training in a variety of forensic tools and training specific to computer systems, specifically the International Association of Computer Investigative Specialists, IASIS. I've also been trained with Cellbrite and I'm current in both of those certifications.
Cellbrite.
And training with Magnet and X-Ways and various other forensics platforms.
Okay. And did you receive additional training beyond that within the Fairfax County Police?
I'm also certified for BERLO, which is vehicle forensics. Various other trainings at different times.
Have you ever been qualified as a witness in the courts of Fairfax County?
Judge, I'd
I'm
object to the question.
qualified as an expert,
There
I'm
we go.
sorry.
Yes, I have.
Okay, how many times?
Two that come to mind.
Okay, and was that in your capacity when you were a digital forensic investigator?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I move Detective Miller in as an expert in digital forensics.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, so moved.
Now, sir, is this report the report that you created?
Yes, I wrote this.
And when was this report created?
I don't recall the exact date.
Okay. Was it prior to October 25th, 2024?
I don't recall exactly, but that sounds about the right time frame.
Okay. And that's a significant date because that was the, if I can remind you, the first recant for Juliana Peres Magalhães. Does that give you a better idea of when this would have been done?
If memory serves, this was done prior to that.
Okay, that's all we can rely on is your memory. And, Your Honor, I don't have any further questions.
All right,
What?
cross-examination.
I mean, Judge, I would note that, no, I have no questions at this
Okay.
time.
What?
Those are all the questions,
Is
Judge.
this witness subject to recall?
Yes.
Okay, sir, since you're subject to recall, you cannot discuss your testimony with anybody. You do not need to stay here today, but just be on call for that, okay? You're still subject to the rule of witnesses, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. All right, your next witness?
Harry Lidsky.
So this was just to confirm the report? But shouldn't... Now I'm confused because is he going to call another expert to then look at this Cellbrite report and testify what's in it and what his opinion was? What? What am I missing here? We know that there is an investigator, most likely this one, who was disagreeing with the state's finding, but shouldn't he be the one who talked about the report? Is he going to call an expert to testify about the report that someone else wrote? Shouldn't he be the one who put in the report? What? Where's Jemima when we need her? Let's get Snitsky on the stand.
Sir, can you please state your name and spell it for the court report?
Oh, this guy can catch Radio Tokyo with those ears.
Harry Lidsky, Harry, as in David, SKY.
The report doesn't come in because it's hearsay. Yeah, and then... So you just had a report. You did a report, yeah. Okay.
And how are you currently employed?
I'm currently a private investigator and digital forensic examiner, self-employed at my company, 4DIS.
Okay. And what's your background in terms of digital investigations and investigations?
Prior to starting my own company, 4DIS, I retired after 20 years in federal law enforcement, 7 years with the DEA, the Drug Enforcement Administration, the remaining 13 years with the U.S. Department of Justice, Office of the Inspector General. For the last 11 of those 13, I was in the Cyber Investigations Office, where I progressed as a senior special agent to the assistant special agent in charge and retired as the special agent in charge of that office. The Cyber Investigations Office handles, as the name would imply, digital forensic examinations. We're responsible for supporting the entire agency nationwide with mobile and computer forensics. Basically anything with an on-off button, anything that was electronic in nature is where we came, our services were brought to bear. On top of that, we ran our own investigations, those specifically which were digital forensics centric.
And in terms of issues, have you ever heard of catfishing?
Yes, I have.
Have you worked within investigations where it's alleged or it's found to be catfishing?
Yes, I have.
So do you understand the elements necessary for catfishing?
I do.
Describe for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what that exactly is.
It's a form of misattribution in terms of who's performing what activity. So at its core, it's somebody pretending to be somebody else, usually designed to lure somebody else to do something. So it can be employed in a scheme to defraud. It can be employed to get somebody to show up, to get them in trouble, to get somebody to show up to an event they had not intended to show up at, to misdirect somebody to show up for something. A case that I worked, it was employed to misdirect somebody to show up who thought they were coming for a consensual sexual encounter, not unlike this particular case. And in fact, they were there to serve a different purpose, to be set up as a victim, as a utility or a tool in that particular investigation.
So in that particular investigation, was that from the prosecution side or the defense side?
That's when I was a criminal investigator, a federal agent for the Department of Justice.
Okay. Now, in terms of your investigative experience, even beyond digital forensics, can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what kind of experience and what kind of responsibility you had while being a federal investigator?
Well, in addition to the digital forensics, again, 7 years with the DEA, it was drug law enforcement, pretty straightforward, what you think, what you'd expect, I guess, between the street level version of it. Domestically, always working our way up towards the source, back to the cartel sources and usually overseas. But through that, I gained experience with interviewing witnesses, interrogation of subjects, obviously arrest tactics and things along those lines. But there was also a strong money laundering component involved with that. There was surveillance skills were heavily employed during my time with DEA. I did a lot of undercover work with DEA. At the DOJ OIG, the Department of Justice's Office of the Inspector General, we were the watchdog for the Department of Justice. So we investigated both administrative and criminal waste, fraud, abuse type misconduct that occurred within the Department of Justice, that is, employees of the Department of Justice, or also from external actors affecting the business of the Department of Justice. And through that, we did a fair amount of.
Yeah, he could sit 2 states over and still follow along in the conversation. That's why he was so great at undercover work. Oh, did you hear about that drug deal going down in Virginia? What drug deal? It's on Main Street and Street and 5th in. No, sorry, it wasn't Virginia. It's Waukesha in Iowa. It's happening in. 5 keys. Price is this. Oh my, Superman, you have good ears.
Investigating investigations, to the extent that makes sense. There was a number of high-profile investigations. Fast and Furious might be one of those, where our investigation was aimed at the investigation or the operation conducted by the ATF in that particular instance. And we would often find, we would make assessments, recommendations, and even punishment recommendations for employees that acted either out of malice, ignored or abused policy, whether they engaged in misconduct inadvertently or maliciously. Those were the type of findings we would have. So if we found that an investigator failed to adhere to a policy, we might have a finding. If we find an investigator lied to us, or in an investigation, somebody within the purview lied to us, we would find they lacked candor. So we, our reports, our investigations resulted in terminations of employees. Sometimes they were.
Judge, at this point in time, I think we've launched into a narrative that is not responsive to the question, nor is it relevant.
All right, if you want to ask the next question.
Well,
continue on that.
It was a question about your investigative background, so please continue.
Yeah, so that was the gist of what we did. So it's pretty broad spectrum of investigative experience. That added component from the OIG of having the investigative oversight and being the watchdog to include over investigations and other police officers, other federal agents, other prosecutors was a nuanced twist, I suppose, in my experience there. In addition, there was the more traditional, straightforward investigations we conducted to include everything from white collar, bribery, catfishing, international money laundering, conspiracies, and the normal type of white collar crime.
Yeah, but if we make fun of the lady's hair who was here before, we should make fun of his ears as well.
And in terms of your investigating the investigation, you were actually dealing with law enforcement people who came.
Objection leading.
All right.
Explain what you did in terms of the.
The problem is you can hear what you're typing.
Investigation of the investigations.
Sure. DOJ is huge, the biggest law firm in the world, as we like to say. DOJ includes the FBI, the DEA, the ATF, U.S. Marshal Service, Bureau of Prisons, U.S. Attorney's Offices, Interpol, and about 40 other smaller components, tax division, civil rights division. So we're a massive agency far and wide. So we were made up of federal agents, FBI, DEA, ATF, and the Marshals. But we were also made up of attorneys. We were made up of auditors. We were made up of all sorts of employees. We had IT employees engaged in inappropriate network activity where they were reading other employees' emails improperly and illegally. So whenever somebody was accused of misconduct, whenever an allegation of misconduct came our way, we would take that on. So it can take all forms.
Now, going back to the digital forensics investigations, you indicated you were there for 11 years?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And during that period of time, were you ever qualified as an expert in the court of law?
Yes, I have been.
Okay. How many times?
I'd say 3 or 4 at the federal level, and once since retirement here in the Commonwealth.
Okay. Your Honor, I move Mr. Litsky in as an expert in the fields of digital forensics and general investigation.
All right.
Judge, I'm not familiar with general investigation as an expert field, but certainly digital forensics we would accept.
I'll move him in as for digital forensics expert.
Yes.
Okay.
Sir, you became involved with the Banfield case. What was the first thing that you do.
Thank you so much, Purple Pixie. Baker, happy birthday to the best grifter ever. I'm so grateful for you, your snark. I don't have any snark. Humor and views. One day I hope to make it to your side of the world. Hope you enjoy your day. Purple Pixie, you should have been here today. We went to the Hans Christian Andersen Museum. Wonderful little place. And if everything goes well, I will be in your country. Oh, I have to renew my ESTA. Oh, you said that the other day. Yeah, but I don't. I'm too slow. So, but thank you so much.
Did when you started reviewing evidence?
The first part of my evidentiary review focused on the digital forensics. I was provided with a rather large, volume-wise hard drive, 8 terabytes, I believe.
And the digital forensics, and I guess, Your Honor, I would just state that the digital forensics that are the foundation have all been stipulated to in the stipulation document in terms of
In terms of a report of a digital.
in terms of the data that was taken from the devices.
Yes, Your Honor, we have stipulated that the raw data pulled from the devices does not need to have a chain of custody or
Okay,
foundation.
so he can talk about the raw data from the devices. Okay.
Yes. And so, sir, what's the first step in your analysis of digital forensics when you get involved in the case?
Well, in this particular case, it was atypical because I didn't have to perform any of the acquisition phase of it. Detective Miller had already performed all of the digital forensic acquisition. So what I was provided was generally the derivative elements of his work, which allowed me to just jump right in and review the various artifacts. When I'm performing a digital forensic exam that's derivative of somebody else's work, I make it a point not to review their findings. The reason being, digital forensics is semi-analogous.
Hey, Panilla, thank you so much for showing up today, and thank you so much for the gift. I haven't shown it yet on the screen because I'm going to do an unboxing video or stream another day. But thank you so much for spending time with me today and walking around seeing all of Odense. I know you had to travel a long way, and I wasn't sure they would let you out of hell, but it seems like you're back home again.
To solving a big math problem. So to perform it accurately, or at least the way I like to perform it accurately, I like to do the work myself, see what answer I come up with before I see the
Those
answer of
are
somebody else's
American
work.
only.
It's digital forensics is a science such that we're all trained similarly. We all take the same training. We all operate the same way. If we perform our actions as we should under the guise of best practices, we should do the same thing, each one of us, and come up with the same results. Digital forensics is repeatable. Digital forensics, again, it should be, it's binary. The data is the data. It's not subject to interpretation. It's not subjective. So what you see is what you get. There are nuances in understanding it and what it means. Assigning attribution is a different phase of it, but and we'll eventually get past this boring stuff and see some of it. It does reveal what's going on behind the screen, typically on either a phone or a computer.
Now, in terms of the digital forensics in this case, how do you arrive at certain conclusions?
So digital forensics, like most of the forensics, and we've heard a fair amount here so far in this trial, it's supportive. It can be informative. You can draw certain conclusions, but they're based upon the results of the digital forensic analysis and its impact on other items of evidence or other items of investigative nature. And what I mean by that is, for example, if somebody says, if we're investigating a crime that took place in Boston, and somebody says, I have an alibi, I was in Miami, and I look at their phone and there are artifacts that reveal location information in Miami, that is an informative piece that says this individual, based on their phone, might have been in Miami at the time. Now, phones can travel without, or traveling with them. So was the phone there? Was the person there with the phone? So that's a lead. That's a pointer. The follow-up to that would be, okay, do we have airline records? Do we have video surveillance from an airport? Do we have video surveillance from a hotel in Miami? Do we have credit card transactions from a restaurant in Miami? Other indicia of location. So digital forensics is informative. I guess if there's enough digital forensic pointers that can, I think pass a test, then it can be conclusory as well, and we can draw conclusions from it.
And in your example of something in Miami, when you arrive at a certain number of artifacts that say the person's in Miami, is that it?
It can be. That's probably a bad example in terms of being conclusory. If somebody says, there's no pictures of a red sports car on my phone, and I find 100 pictures of Ferraris that are red, that's conclusory to say that the witness information, or the interview subject information that they provided to the investigator, whether it was me or somebody else, is clearly wrong. Now, that doesn't get to whether they misremembered, whether those photos are old, whether they were taken by somebody else. So there's still an attribution aspect, but it can be conclusory or informative in that regard.
Okay. Now, in the context of this case, what were you trying to determine based upon the theory of the Commonwealth in this case?
So this case, I have the luxury of coming in at after things had developed. The theory had already been assigned. Catfishing was already Mr. Banfield had been charged already and indicted under a catfishing theory when I was brought in. So that was my immediate focus. So confirm or refute that theory. As an investigator, whether I'm in my law enforcement capacity or now my private capacity, the facts don't change. The facts are the facts. Facts don't take sides. The truth doesn't take a side. So for me, just because I'm hired or asked to investigate one particular theory, it doesn't mean...
Judge, I would object at this time. This is non-responsive.
All right, I'll sustain as non-responsive.
Okay.
You want to ask your question?
Sir, in terms of what you did when you started this investigation into Christine Banfield's devices, what did you do?
So I started evaluating the devices, but at the same time, I reviewed other evidence that was available to me, provided in the discovery.
Thank you so much for the raid, Lefty, and welcome all the tiny raccoon-like hands people from Lefty's channel. Happy to see you. Thank you so much, Linda Payne and L'Oreal.
That would include witness interviews. That would include subject or co-defendant interviews. That would include social media type event like email, Instagram, Facebook, things of that, WhatsApp. So it's not all a device centric. It can be evidence provided by a service provider like Google or Apple. I reviewed all the photos from the crime scenes, the autopsies, the digital, the forensic science and Office of Medical Examiner. I reviewed all of the facts available to me. The best way to perform what I do is through all source
Judge,
analysis.
objection, non-responsive.
I sustain the objection.
Okay.
Just answer the question.
So in terms of the items that you were just telling the jury that you review, did there come a time where you were reviewing and were able to arrive at conclusions?
Yes, I was.
Okay. And specifically, what date range or what period of time were you looking at?
So the window of time was from January 9th, 2023, specifically with regard to the catfishing, was from January 9th, 2023, obviously through the time of the event on February 24th, 2023. It did extend back a little bit further. For example, the discussion about the windows, that dated back prior to January 9th. There was witness testimony or subject interview, transcript information about planning that predated January 9th. So I don't just look at a time for digital forensics. It's important to look backwards for a certain relevant period to ensure that
Objection, non-responsive.
Sustain the objection.
Why?
Dumbo, you just got hit with 3 non-responsive, and you're sitting there and talking about how much experience you have, how much you work for the DOJ. You're a professional witness. Come on now, Dumbo.
Why would you look backward in a digital forensic analysis?
A single artifact, as we refer to them in digital forensics, it may not be informative, right? A single text message on this day may lack the context, but the 50 prior exchanges might help that context, right? That's relatable, and the communication after that might also help inform. So it's important to look backwards. It's also important to look forwards in digital forensics. And when we're talking about, in this case, the allegation of conspiracy that lasted a period of months, I find from an investigative perspective that it's important to to look at everything. Digital forensics, like any, I think, informative piece of evidence, should
Objection, non-responsive.
Sustain the
In
objection.
the context of certain behaviors that come up through the investigative process, like, for example, when someone may have had their phone in their laptop and when someone would have been away from that, are those things that you look at?
especially for events like that, what was happening immediately before the event is vital in determining attribution or who might have been performing what activity on a device.
Or in saying in another way, would there be,
Objection, leading.
I haven't heard the question yet.
what would you do if there was a pattern of time that needed to be analyzed, or a time of day, or a certain day? How would you go about doing that?
Well, with the digital forensic tools that we have, the software that we have, we're able to visualize things in a timeline fashion. So I'm able to look at, or folks in my profession are able to look at what happened, both what the user was doing and what the system was registering, the computer system. So we're able to generally create a granular timeline that helps inform a decision or conclusion about whether a device might have been removed from one person and used by another.
Okay, now can you see the document that's on your screen?
I see Detective Miller's executive summary.
Yes.
Yes,
Have you had an opportunity to review that?
I have.
Your Honor, can that be published to the jury?
It was not admitted into evidence.
Okay, I'd move it into evidence. as
Objection,
Exhibit
Judge, it's a
85.
hearsay document at this time.
I'll sustain the objection at this time.
Detective Miller testified to it.
Jemima called it out 15 minutes ago. It's hearsay.
If you want to approach.
We have not been given any information.
Perform key
With regard to that, regarding the screen, there's evidence in this case.
Sorry.
Can you see something on your screen there, sir?
Thank
I
you,
can.
Gina.
Okay. There's evidence in this case regarding window replacement that was communicated by Juliana Peres Magalhães. Do you remember that?
I do.
Did you do a digital examination? Did you do a digital examination as to the allegations that she made with regard to window replacement?
I performed searches relating to that particular topic. I'm able to perform keyword searches as one of the search criteria. So I did perform searches related to that particular part of testimony, yes.
Okay, and was this part of the information that you'd received from our discovery and the data that came from the devices?
Yes, it is.
Okay. I'm going to have you look at the document that's on your screen. Can you, Your Honor, I'd identify this as Exhibit 86.
All right.
Can you look at Defense Exhibit 86 and explain what we're looking at here?
Judge, I'm going to object to any statements regarding what's contained in the document.
Are you moving it into evidence, Mr. Carroll?
Yes, Your Honor.
Any objection?
Yes, I would object to foundation. We have not been given any information about this
Sustain as
document.
to foundation, if you want to lay a foundation.
Sir, how did you find these documents and what processes did you use in order to find this information?
So based on the derivative evidence provided to me in discovery on this case, I analyzed this particular one. This came from Ms. Banfield's cell phone.
Judge, I'm going to object to that conclusion. Again, there's been no foundation laid, and we can approach and I can explain further.
Are you want to approach?
this is going so well for the defense. It's amazing. Thank you, Sarah B. Creative. I had to read that again because I thought there was an R
Sir,
in there.
what was the raw data that you used in order to get this, and what system did you use to arrive at this?
This was from an Axiom portable case created by Detective Miller. An Axiom portable case is a derivative product from Magnet Axiom for digital forensic software, which performs mobile and computer device review, or facilitates mobile and computer device review and cloud review and all things digital. So the software is baked in. It's an executable program that comes from the main Magnet program. So Magnet permits digital forensic examiners, in this case Detective Miller, to create a derivative subset of his work that is able to be opened on any Windows computer. So you don't need to have a software platform. It is a software platform.
And if you can tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, or Your Honor, we move that in as comes or defense
If we
case.
could approach, please.
Are you regretting hiring this lawyer now? This genuine person gets my vote for name of the year. Jemima, apparently with the next Bakies, we will have a name of the year award that Brendan, who is mod of the year 2025, will be sponsoring. So he will find the contestants in name of the year. Well, the foundation was that this guy said he made it. Come on now. This is the fifth witness today. On a scale from 1 to 10, how well have it gone for the defense? -10. I believe the Commonwealth is objecting because she can. The defense is that bad. Even if he had anything, he wouldn't know how to get it in or keep it in. Yeah.
All right, so the objection is sustained.
He is absolutely horrendous, Brandon.
Sir, did you work with the raw data that was provided by the Fairfax County Police through search warrants and other providers, things like that?
For search provider, for service providers, yes. The records I had were responsive from Google, Apple, Facebook, and Instagram, FetLife, and others, Discord. For the computer and mobile devices, I was not provided the raw data. I was provided the derivative work, the portable cases, the Celebrate readers, which to my understanding is the complete device. Nothing is filtered out, but I wouldn't characterize it as raw data.
I did say, what if any?
Your Honor, may I just request 10-minute recess?
We want to do our afternoon recess? We can do that?
Yes.
Okay, let's go ahead and take our afternoon recess for 15 minutes, ladies and gentlemen. And we will get right back to you. Again, don't do any outside research and don't talk to anybody, okay?
Yeah. Correct.
All right. Sir, since you are in the middle of your testimony, you can't discuss your testimony with anybody to include the defense at this point, okay?
Of course, thank you.
All right, we'll be back at 3:15.
All rise, please.
Yeah, this is exactly like Elaine. Can I just get a recess? Come on now. Hey, love the lit. Salut, Lefty. Comment vas-tu? Aujourd'hui, mon cher ami franco-canadien? Aujourd'hui. Oh my. I hope not. Yeah, this is a very slutty Virginia seal. Boobs out and a giant. We all know what this is. Apparently, 6 Semper Tyrannis is the same treatment Ricada gets at Anime Matsuri. A lady stamping on him. Now he will Google how to lay foundation. I wish he would. It's 3 o'clock. They have 2 more hours of court if they go full time. And I'm not sure this guy's going to land one effing question before we get there. Yeah. Yeah, this is real time. I can't do anything now. We've heard the motion to dismiss. We can go back and listen to.
Is counsel intending that the jury read each of the 73 letters?
We're not have time for that, Mr. Carroll.
Okay.
They'll have them back when they deliberate. Back when they
This is the 73 documents that he wanted to put in earlier that we skipped. I call it I don't know. I keep thinking of I don't know. I keep thinking of you all day, night, and like to hum that song you don't like and don't really know that lyrics, lol. Babe, in case you didn't know, babe, I'm crazy about you, and I would be lying if I say I would live this life without you. And I feel that song, I don't know for how long they will keep me away from you, but it won't change anything. The way I feel about you, it will be just killing me daily. They got me to try to get you. They want me to help them against you because they think you have something to do with what happened. They have been trying to me something. But this is what he was putting in for a couple of hours this morning. Just 73 pages of letters. The standing leg should be behind the unalive guy. No, we're trapped in real time. Maybe I missed it earlier stream, but why did Broken Baker want a trial? Oh, Brendan Brendan Banfield, not Broken Baker, won the trial. Wasn't he offered some side of plea deal to save the Commonwealth tax dollars? We haven't heard anything about a plea deal. He might have been. He might have said, "No way, Jose," because I believe that I can. Yeah. What we're doing, we are trying to get a digital report made by an officer in via an expert who looked at the report, not the officer who did the report. He was just there to say, yeah, I did a report. And now he wants to use that as foundation for his expert's testimony, and they just keep slapping him with it's hearsay. So we're doing nothing. And thank you, Dave, for a nice day out today. Why would your boob be out unless you're feeding an infant? Love the letter. I'm a 27-year-old virgin, but I have read books. And apparently, and I'm not sure if this is true because I haven't ever been sexual aroused, but apparently some guys like to look at el bubalero, as it's known in Spanish, and some women will present el bubo del chesto to set guys, and that guy will then go in and say the famous words, "Oh my," and then I think that's how babies are made. I'm not sure if that's how I've heard that's how babies are made. So I'm not sure, but that's what I hear. Well, my ex-wife told me that you don't need to have smecks to have babies. So el bubo on chesto gives el bono. Yes. Hey, Jasmine. This case is so difficult. We will go through it with Harry too. This case isn't that difficult. People are putting way too much into it because they have read something in the newspapers. He's not going to go free. He is not going to go free. The nanny will send him upriver. His defense is horrendous. His defense is absolutely ridiculous. It's been 4 wasted hours today. But say hi to Harry from me. Babies come from the boobs region. That's what I've heard as well, Brandon. And that's what my ex-wife always told me, that you're not allowed to touch el chestelero because that's where the babies are. So you might squish the babies. So again, what do I know? I only breastfed till I was 1 month old, so I don't have much experience with El Buboleros. Don't all men like boobs? They may not if they had to deal with them. No, some guys are butt men. There's a song about it. It's called I Like Big Butts and I Cannot Lie. Alla fellas might deny. Itty bitty thing. With a bitty waist. Get sprung. But yeah, I don't know. Welcome to Barry will show you where babies come from. Oh, I'll have to watch that show then. I thought they came from the belly buttons. Could be. That's what my ex-wife told me as well. You don't need intercourse to have babies. Exactly, Heather. No intercourse is needed. You just need a HVAC unit, a lady who can kind of get in this position. Well, maybe this position. And then you just take the baby making juice. I don't know what that is. And then you just pour it down, and that's how you have babies. So again, no intercourse needed. You just have, again, an HVAC unit and then this position. Maybe bend your knees if it's easier for you. It can be a little tough with straight legs. But this is where babies come from. My bookie and I are so happy to see Brendan. Well, you lost when he survived the year. So, well, your bookie must be happy. Exactly. And then he did like all those dirty men and said, oh, now the seal is broken. Let's pretend we're animals. And they had a few more kids. You have one of those wooden people. I needed to visualize how to make babies. Yes, it's Biology by Baker again. What? Look back at it. Then I put a fat rabbit on a craft metric. I'm so high at it. I'm so high like an addict. Thank you, Brandon. Is that Wu-Tang? I don't know. Yeah, whatever happened to the Garth Brooks lawsuit? Now I have glasses, so I could emulate it even better. I've never been put in those positions before. So you are also sans babies. You just need a turkey blast. I saw this documentary movie film, Don't Breathe, from 2016. What about babies? I don't understand it. Well, do anyone ever understand anything on this channel? Hey, Deb M22. Jurors are now very interested in what that report says. Yeah, but they're not going to see it. And Mendori says, why is he always trying to look at the jurors like, please feel sorry for me? His puppy dog face is not going to work. Sorry, that was a little late. I got to that. Some experts are always looking at the jurors. Crazy Amy, no, I'm going to make an opening stream all by itself because we have trial going on right now. So I didn't want to spoil it, so I couldn't pay enough attention to the wonderful presents J7 has sent me. She claims they are safe for opening on stream. So no baguettes, no paddles, probably. I have a pair of wooden hands. Doesn't it make it hard to grip onto something? Did you all know Crazy Amy is 6'11"? Oh, we're back at the judges' table. I don't know how tall Crazy Amy is. I've only seen her from this position up. So I don't know. Bum, 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 bum. It's a song by an ass aficionado. Oh. Yeah, Holly, I have my gift package from Holly is here, and Dodo's might be coming
All right,
tomorrow.
ready for the jury?
Yes, ma'am?
I'm not sure we're ready. Minus 8 inches or so. Oh my, Crazy Amy wish she could get 8 inches. Bad baker. Not the House defendant. The whiteboard is better. Yeah, well, someone clips it sometimes and uses it against me. But thank you, not a House defendant. The Valentine's box from the baddies will need to be members only late
See,
night
your
now
next
that I know
question.
how
Judge,
to
I don't have any further questions for Mr. Litsky.
All right.
I would ask to recall him at a later time.
Okay, well, cross-examination?
Not at this time, Your Honor, no, thank you.
Okay, all right. Sir, since you are subject to recall, do not discuss your testimony with anybody, and you may be recalled, okay? But you can have a seat. Thank you.
All right, call Detective Miller.
Detective Miller? Again? He was just sworn.
Oh my effing God.
Perfect.
So now we're going to get the guy back who made the report.
He's already been sworn.
So we can get it in.
All right. Detective, just a reminder, you're still under oath, okay, sir? All right, thank you.
Detective, can you see the document that you had created? Digital forensic summary? And when you obtained the data in doing your forensic analysis, describe for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you do.
Make sure the green button's on there.
Okay, I think it's on now. In obtaining data from a device, the first thing we do is stabilize it, and that method depends on whether it's a mobile device or a computer, whether the device is on or off. So an example of a computer, what I would do is the device, if it's already coming to me in a powered off state, I would remove the hard drive, connect it to a forensic machine with a write blocker, A write blocker is a device that prevents writing to that evidence device. Therefore, no bits are changed, so no zeros, no ones, nothing gets altered. And then I take what's called a forensic image of that and create an evidence file from that, which is then loaded into another forensic tool that will parse that data and create it into a readable format for me as the examiner or anybody else to read down the road.
And would you draw your conclusions that are the conclusions that are on this digital forensics executive summary after doing that through different artifacts?
Yes, I would draw any conclusions off of data that had been obtained from a device.
Okay. And what you just described to the jury is what went into this document, the digital forensic executive summary.
Everything that was used to compile that came from data that had been extracted from the digital devices.
Okay. And specifically relating, and I'm referencing this document, January 9th, that was an important day in terms of who was using devices.
Objection,
correct?
counsel's testifying.
All right.
What's the significance
I'll
of
state the objection. Go ahead.
Yes. What's the significance of January 9th, 2023 in this investigation?
That was a date that a Gmail account was created.
Okay. And in your investigation, were you able to determine who created that account?
Who in particular? No.
Yes. Were you able to investigate using your tools to determine artifacts such as such as other lifestyle type matters as to who was home, who could have been there, things like that?
Judge, objection is to form.
If you want to state that question again.
What are the things that, so when you're honing in on who was using a device, what things do you look at?
I would look at a variety of things. Pattern of life would be a term that would be used, but you would explore all that the data has to offer and see if there's enough artifacts there to support or provide enough information as to who may have been using that device. But barring external corroboration, it's impossible to put somebody behind a screen.
Now, in terms of, reaching conclusions in digital forensics, you have to make determinations based on a number of factors, correct?
Yes.
Okay. What, if anything, did you do to arrive at the conclusion that
Objection, leading.
on January 9th,
Sir, sustained as to leading.
what, if anything, did you take into consideration in arriving
gonna
at
be a
your
snowstorm
conclusion
up
on
there.
January 9th, 2023?
For that particular date,
Yes.
I took into account all the information I had at that time as to what was the more likely scenario based on what I had at the time.
Okay. And what was your determination based upon this particular executive summary?
That based on what I had at the time, it indicated that the device owner was using the device.
Okay. Now, you've put in this summary January 17th. Is that a significant date?
Yes,
Okay. What's the significance of that date?
that was another date that an account was created.
And was that the FetLife account?
Yes.
Okay. And what's the relationship, if any, between the Gmail account that was created on January 9th and the FetLife account that was created on January 17th?
The Gmail account that had been created on January 9th was the email account that was used in the creation of the FetLife account.
Okay. And were you able to determine through your expertise who had control of the device, Christine's devices on that day?
I was able to determine that it was her phone involved in creating that device, or sorry, created
Yeah, because the idiot forgot to lay foundation to get his report in.
I was able to determine that it was her phone used in the creation of that account, based on a variety of returns.
And did you make any conclusions at that time that she had not given up her devices?
I had nothing indicating loss of dominion and control at that time.
Okay, and that's what your finding was, as per that particular day, correct?
Yes,
Has that changed?
yes.
When did that change?
A co-defendant admitted to using the devices.
Okay. Has it digitally, in terms of digital forensic artifacts, has that changed?
No, the zeros and ones did not change.
Okay, so, and zeros and ones, that's binary, right?
Yes,
So your conclusions based on zeros and ones are still the same?
yes,
The only additional factor is the co-defendant adopted a different story.
I was provided additional information that had to be taken into account, yes.
Okay, meaning she told the story that she told the other day here.
Yes.
Okay. Were there any other conclusive digital artifacts that were different in the creation of this report other than the co-defendant testifying differently?
I'm sorry, can you ask the question again?
Wasn't a very artfully worded question. Were there any, so we were just talking about digital analysis, the ones and zeros, right? And that's the thing that you oftentimes work with, correct?
Yes,
And what your testimony was is that the co-defendant's testimony was the thing that changed relating to the January 17th that we were just talking about.
yes, context is important.
Okay, and was there something other than her accepting other than her telling the story that she told that day, was there anything about the traditional digital forensics that you had analyzed that had changed?
Not that I recall.
Okay. And that was January 17th, correct? Or was it the entire report?
I was speaking to it as an aggregate.
Okay. And did you have an opportunity to be part of the questioning of Juliana Peres Magalhães?
No, I was not part of that.
Okay. Were there items within that interview that was in conflict of your findings in digital forensics?
Objection, foundation?
Are you only a foundation?
Okay. You heard the testimony, correct?
Yes,
And I'm speaking of the first time she told the story on October 25th, 2024. You heard those interviews, correct?
yes.
Okay. And so my question is, did you see conflict? What, if any, conflict did you see with your digital forensics findings and her statements on that day?
Nothing is immediately coming to mind.
Okay. Would you have seen her video where she's talking about, where Eric Klingen is asking if anybody was on FetLife on a certain day?
Yes, I've seen that.
And your knowledge of digital forensics, you knew why he was asking that.
Objection, leading?
All right, I'll sustain as to leading.
Did you, in fact, did you have any idea why he asked that question?
I can't speak to why people choose to ask the questions they do in an interview.
In terms of your digital forensics findings, though, did it make sense why he asked that question?
I think it would be relevant information.
Okay, and she didn't answer it correctly, correct?
Objection, leading?
Sustain as to leading.
What, if anything, did she, strike that question.
Okay.
After you heard that she had recanted and told this story, did you see an opportunity to be involved in the questioning of her?
I think I know what you mean by that. I would have liked to have been involved, but I was not involved in questioning her at all.
Okay. Looking back on the interview, if you had been involved, could you have assisted them?
I believe so.
Okay, and who were the people that were in the interview room?
Objection Foundation?
Well, if you want to have a foundation, if he knows.
When she was interviewed, there were a number of detectives in there, correct?
I believe so.
Do you know any of the detectives that were in there?
Yes.
Okay, and did you have an opportunity to talk to them about your ability to assist them in her story?
Prior to that?
Yes.
No, I did not have an
Were
opportunity.
you aware that she was doing that prior to her story?
I was not aware until after it had already taken place.
Okay, so they didn't and were you the digital expert for this case at that time?
Yes.
Okay, so what, if anything, did they do to get information from you to make it a more accurate questioning of Juliana Peres Magalhães?
I wasn't able to provide them anything because I didn't know what was happening.
Okay, and no one told you that?
Correct.
Okay. The digital forensics, no, so you were transferred, correct?
Yes.
When did that occur?
Roughly a year ago.
Okay, okay, and what you're doing now is a different form of digital forensics?
Objection asked and answered.
Overruled, I'll allow it since.
I'm using the same skill sets, yes.
Okay, but you don't get involved in cases like this anymore in digital forensics?
No.
Okay. When you were still within digital forensics, were you ever asked to change your executive summary that we've looked at?
To change it?
Yes.
I was asked to review it in light of the proffer.
Okay. Were you ever asked to go line by line and fix the conclusions?
Objection leading.
What, if anything, were you ever asked regarding your digital forensics executive summary?
To review it in light of the proffer and ensure I could explain what I had put in that executive summary.
And did you do that?
I reviewed it.
Okay. Was there a change in this document based upon that review?
Like I said, the zeros and ones did not change.
Okay. Is that why you were transferred?
I can't speak to the exact motives behind a transfer.
So, okay. So you were never told why you were transferred?
There was a discussion about the transfer, yes.
Was it related to your executive summary?
It was related to my work in the Banfield case.
Okay, and your work in the Banfield case, is it fair to say that it was...
Objection leading.
Was there any other work in the Banfield case other than digital forensics for you?
For me, no.
Okay. So let's go through that document if we can. Can you still see it?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
No, he's trying to get to that this guy got fired because he had a different opinion than the rest of them. And then he's going to have his digital expert come in and say this guy was right because his report was right.
Looking at the January 18th to until February 23rd discussions in your report. Do you stand by those same conclusions in those bullet points?
As far as the activity of the devices, yes.
Okay, and the ones and the zeros?
Yes.
And so the only thing that changes that section, and I can keep scrolling if you need to see it, is the fact that,
Judge, I'm sorry, can counsel explain where specifically in the document he's referencing?
the section of January 18th until February 23rd, 2023.
We'll cross our legs.
Should be on the screen. I scrolled up to it.
Judge, I see a section titled 1219 to 224.
At the very top of the screen, he has the dates.
I see. Thank you.
Okay.
I was just trying to include that whole
That's
section.
fine. I think she was just looking on her laptop, too.
Okay. Is there anything of the ones and zeros, the binary language, that's changed in that portion of this summary?
No, the data extractions remain the same.
Okay. So the only change is that the co-defendant gave a different story.
Additional evidence came to light, yes.
Is that the additional evidence?
Yes.
Okay. Do you see the section that says February 18th, 2023?
Yes.
It says starting at 22:44 hours, Christine utilized her
Judge, I'm going to
CB.
object to reading from the document. He can question the witness.
All right, I'll sustain the objection.
Okay, do you, that statement that I was just starting to read, is that still the same?
Hey, Shelley.
As far as what the device was doing or the account was doing, yes.
Okay. And the only change that would change that would be that Juliana Peres Magalhães changed her story.
Yes.
Okay. Let's look at February 19th, 2023. Have you read those 3 bullet points?
Yes.
Okay. And same question. Is there anything that has changed regarding the ones and zeros, as we talked about, in that section?
No, the data remains the same.
Data remains the same. And have you ever heard the term digital forensics don't lie, people lie?
I've heard it.
Have you ever heard it?
Yes.
Okay. Now, talking about February 19th, the only thing that's changed is Juliana Peres Magalhães has changed her story, correct?
Yes, the data remains the same.
Data remains the same. (219) to 2023, February 19th, until February 24th, 2023. This references telegram communications. Do those items remain the same?
Yes, the data did not change.
Okay, so I don't want to put words in your mouth, but pretty much everything is the data hasn't changed, correct?
Correct. Context did.
Context, and the context is in the form of recantation of Juliana Peres Magalhães.
Yes.
Okay. And your conclusion? Same thing?
Yes, sir, the data still hasn't changed.
Okay, and that hasn't changed except for the recant of Juliana Peres Magalhães.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
So you were asked by the person that transferred you to go line by line and change your...
Objection calls for hearsay.
I'll sustain the objection if you want to rephrase.
Who were you asked to change your executive summary by?
Again, I don't believe I was asked to change it. I was asked to review it in light of the proffer.
Okay, and so when you reviewed it in light of for the proffer, was there ever another executive summary created after that?
No, I did not create another document.
Okay, so you just reviewed it as you were asked to do?
Correct.
But there's no actual executive summary like you did in this situation?
Correct, I did not create another document.
He wasn't fired. He was transferred to another department. Come on, for...
Other than listening to the interviews that Juliana Peres Magalhães gave, did you ever deal with her directly?
No, I had, only when I got her phone from her when she was arrested.
Okay. So is it fair to say that you were never in a position to challenge any of the things she said?
I conducted no interviews with her. That's correct.
Were you able to observe whether she was ever challenged on any of the things she said?
Only with the interviews that have been recorded.
Okay. And do you believe that she was challenged on what she was said?
Objection, I'm not sure that that is relevant. His belief.
I'll overrule as to relevance.
Yes, Mindori, he just called her a mega liar.
I'm sorry, could you ask the question again?
Do you believe she was challenged in those interviews?
I think that's a relative term. I can't speak to what the person asking the questions was thinking at the time.
Let me see if I can get us
No
to a
dancing
point where
Coopers today.
we're understanding each other. As an investigator, if you think that something may not be right, whether it's based on digital forensics or anything, you challenge them, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And that's what you would do if you were in a situation where you were interviewing based upon your work, correct?
My questions would have likely been different, but I can't speak to why somebody would ask what they would ask in an interview they're conducting.
So if somebody says something, generally, if somebody says something that's wrong, you don't challenge them?
I think I would.
Okay. In watching those interviews, were they ever challenged? Was she ever challenged?
Judge, objection calls for speculation. Again, he's testified already that he doesn't know what was in their minds when they were asking questions.
Speculation.
Well, I'm asking him about his review of.
Hallo Stolli und Grüße aus Deutschland und herzlichen Glückwunsch zum Geburtstag. Danke sehr, Ilona. Und ich hoffe, alles geht gut in Deutschland und dass ihr bei Harry diese Sache auch sehen. Heute sind ein schlechter Tag für die Defense. Danke sehr. Is that happy birthday, Sexy Baker? No, it's hello from Germany and herzlich, that's their way and say from the heart, happy birthday.
The videos, it's not, I don't, it's essentially, it's his.
I'll overrule the objection. Go ahead. If you can answer.
Yeah, re-ask the question, sir, please.
Watching the interviews of her recant, you weren't there, correct?
Yes, I was not there.
Did you think that she was challenged when she gave the story that she gave?
It appeared to be more of a free-form interview. I did not see direct confrontation on things in that interview.
Okay, and when you say free form, you mean she was just able to tell what she wanted to?
Well, they were going through the details.
Okay, so she was asked about a detail, and then she was able to give a story?
Yeah, pretty much it was a question and answer format.
Okay, and I guess my question is, I use the term challenge. Were there people questioning what she was saying?
In light of?
Any of the topics?
I don't remember anything specifically.
Okay. What were your conclusions in your executive summary that you wrote before her recant?
That based on the digital evidence I had at the time and the facts known at the time, it indicated that the device owner was responsible for the activity on the device.
And that device owner?
Christine Banfield.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
Thank you.
Can we just put this down, or do you need it? Let me take it away.
Or just put it down. It's fine. Good afternoon, Detective Miller.
Good afternoon.
All right, so you stated barring external corroboration, it's impossible to put someone behind a screen. Isn't that correct?
There needs to be corroboration of some sort, yes.
All right, and in this case, when you dug into Christine's phone, Christine's laptop, the information that you received from the external sources, Google, Apple, were you able to put someone concretely behind the screen?
At times, yes.
But throughout the context of all of the conversations that you saw occurring, the activity that you saw occurring on Christine's phone, could you conclusively opine as to who was behind the screen?
No.
Okay. And when you wrote this report that Mr. Carroll has referenced, you used the phrasing, Christine did this, Christine did that. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And after additional information and further investigation, you would have changed that to Christine's phone or Christine's laptop. Is that correct?
Correct.
Because again, you can't put someone behind the screen in this case, can you?
Not for everything, correct.
Okay. The evidence itself did not change, correct?
Correct, the data did not change.
You did not change the evidence, correct?
No, I did not change the evidence.
You reviewed how many terabytes of data in this case?
A lot.
A lot, okay. And in all of that, there was no ability to reach a conclusion that one person was always operating on FetLife, was always operating on Christine's phone when interacting with the Google account that was created to manipulate the FetLife account. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right. There are no artifacts contrary to Juliana Peres Magalhães' statements regarding the creation of the account, are there?
Not that are coming to mind, no.
And the only changes that you would have made here is, again, to clarify that there are points at which you cannot tell who is operating the device.
Yes, I would have clarified. It's very difficult to speak about devices constantly saying this person's device, that person's device. I did it with Joseph Ryan's devices, Brendan Banfield's devices, Juliana's devices all throughout. I just called it the person who owned the device using.
All right, so in this case, I got louder. The digital forensics may not lie, but they didn't provide us with any conclusive evidence of who was operating Christine's phone when the Google account used in conjunction with the FetLife account was created.
Correct.
Okay. You were also asked about your review of Juliana Peres Magalhães' original proffer that occurred on October 25th. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Were you aware that there was another interview with Juliana that occurred in February?
Yes.
Okay. And did you receive information from watching the October proffer about what was going on in the room between the detectives and the attorneys that were present? Did anyone show you the notes that were passed? Have you had the opportunity to talk to those individuals about what they might have whispered about when they stepped out of the room?
I did not discuss that with anybody.
Okay, so you have no idea what, if anything, went into the questions that she was asked and whether or not there was effort made to confirm that her story had additional corroboration, do you?
Correct.
Okay. Judge, I don't believe I have any other questions.
right.
Thank you so much.
Redirect. Wait till you get to the microphone, please.
Do you know why you, as the expert in digital
I'm
forensics,
ignoring
were
everyone.
not called in the Commonwealth's case?
I don't.
Were you ever told anything about that?
Objection calls for hearsay?
Overruled.
I just know that they were not advertising it, that they were having the proffer at that time. I found out afterwards it had already taken place.
No, I'm talking about,
It's because when I pull up chats, it'll go over there. I don't have to cover Court TV, but I'll try to do it.
For
But
the
just
trial.
have to move it every time.
for this trial.
I'm sorry, ask your question again then?
So it started with, do you know why you weren't called when you were the expert in digital forensics for this case?
Again, I can't speak to somebody's motivation for not including me.
Okay. It's not a hard question to say, when you're not watching someone on a device, to say digital forensics can't conclusively determine who it is behind the device, correct?
Can you ask it again, please, sir?
Sure. It's not a hard question to ask someone like yourself, you don't know 100% who's behind that device. Isn't that correct?
Objection leading?
I'll sustain as the leading if you want to ask.
What is the likelihood of being able to say someone is using their device with 100% certainty without seeing the person?
Well, that's difficult to do.
Okay. And that's one of the reasons why digital forensics is a valuable tool, correct?
Objection, counsel's testifying.
Oh, overruled, if you can answer.
Yes,
And it's because of, well, the factors that you've described for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury. That's how you arrive at conclusions, correct?
yes.
But they're not, how many times that you've arrived at successful conclusions where you were 100% certain the person who was behind the device?
I would say only in circumstances where somebody admitted that they were using the device.
Okay. Or you had a camera on them or something like that?
Correct, some kind of corroborative factor.
Okay. Do you have any idea why you were excluded from any of these meetings regarding the Juliana's recant?
I can't speak to people's motives to not including me.
Okay. Was there anyone else who was covering the digital forensics arena in your stead?
In general or for a meeting in particular?
For this case?
No, I was pretty much the one who did the analysis.
So you were the expert?
Yes.
And who would rely upon your expertise in the ongoing investigation?
The lead detectives?
Okay, and are you talking about Detective Bryant
Yes.
and Detective Goodell?
Yes.
Okay, and what was the flow of information as you found digital forensics? Did you give it to them?
Yes, everything that I processed was ultimately provided directly to Kyle Bryant and other detectives involved in the case.
And did you ever, so I'm asking in the context of like a math equation, did you ever show your work or did you just show your conclusions?
I went through the artifacts with the detectives.
Okay, and that would be Kyle Bryant
Yes.
and Tom Goodell?
Yes.
Any other detectives?
There were a lot of people in meetings.
Okay,
about
so
this
there
case.
were, okay, so you're talking about meetings, but did you ever go in and just talk to them in a granular level as to why you arrived at the conclusions you arrived at?
Yes.
And how often would that happen?
There were multiple occasions that I got to a granular level.
Okay. What about the command staff? Did you ever get into the granular level with the command staff on the digital forensics?
There were multiple meetings where command staff was present and I outlined why I came to the conclusions I came to. But as far as sitting down and going over every artifact, no.
Okay. And would you have been invited to do that by the command staff?
Objection calls for speculation.
I'll sustain that.
Were you ever invited to come in and give the granular details, no matter who they were?
I don't recall providing granular details to command staff.
Okay. And granular, we're talking about to the nitty-gritty, right? Just so we're using the same terms.
Judge, objection is to form. I'm not sure how nitty-gritty is different from granular.
I'll sustain that objection.
How would you describe granular in the way we're talking about it?
Painstaking detail, like getting into why that artifact is the way it is, how it came to be there, going through that way. So some of them were down to that level, but not the entirety of the case, no.
Okay. And when you say some of, you're speaking to the people when you say some of them?
Yeah, there were different times throughout this investigation where I would sit down with various different people, and depending on what was desired, I would go through exactly how I arrived where I was. Some people wanted overview, some people wanted to see down to the detail.
Okay. I have no further questions, Your
All
Honor.
right, is this been subject to recall again, or?
Sure, why not?
Okay, so you're still subject to recall, Detective, so do not discuss your testimony with anybody, and you're still subject to the rule of witnesses, okay?
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. You're free for today, though, I think, now. Yes? Sure. He's free for today, though, right? Yes. Okay, thank you.
Are we going to end it for today? This has been absolutely horrible. And I don't know what happened. I can't, I don't know if I'm blocked on Twitter now, because I was going to make a post about how horrible this is, and now I can't post on Twitter. I don't know, but I don't think it's working with the white cowboy boots. We have nothing coming. We have a detective who was moved because he had an opinion, but he said, I don't know. I can't tell you who used the devices at any point. I don't know what she's going for with this outfit. Thank you so much, Sherry B. Even the judge looks tired. Thank you, Miss Scarlett. Do not wear that skirt if you don't have buttons of steel. Bum, 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 bum. Why does this guy in the back have Playmobil hair? Yeah, I'm just glad that we skipped 2 hours. Are we going to send the jury home because he's not going to get in what he wants to get in? Because he wants his expert to come in and say, well, I can testify that it was Christine who used it. And there's no way you can testify to that.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we try the best intentions to get everything lined up as we can, but it appears that the defense at this point doesn't have any other witnesses that are available today. All right. So what I want to do with you is if tomorrow we can start at 9:30 and possibly go to 5:30, because I got to make up this hour because I'm chasing a snowstorm. Okay. So 9:30 to 5:30 tomorrow, if that's available for everybody. Can we do that tomorrow, 9:30 to 5:30? And I know we had talked about no Fridays. Attorneys wanted me to float with you if you were available for this Friday. If you're not, that's fine, because I told you no Fridays. But if you get back there and you can let the deputy know if all of you are available for Friday, we could do testimony on Friday. Just the snowstorm is just.
He said he
I'm
had
trying to
4
chase it. I really am.
witnesses,
And,
maybe
I want
5.
to get as much in as I could before that occurs on Saturday
Jesus
night.
Christ.
So allegedly. So we will see, but you never know around here, but I just a little concerned about it. So if you could just let the deputy know, and if you don't know tonight, or you'll know by tomorrow whether or not Friday is an option, just let her know. And if it's not, I understand, because we had told you no Fridays, okay? So anyways, but you're done for tonight.
And do we risk the following week after February 6th?
No, we don't risk it. We are definitely ahead of schedule. We will have this case to you next week, depending on the snow. That's what I'm worried about. Is if we get 12 inches of snow in this area, we might be out for 3 days next week, and we might not be back till Thursday or
One of those
something
black
like that.
marks on her wrist.
Hopefully not. Hopefully we can get the roads cleared and get you in here as quick as possible. It's my decision whether to close the courthouse, so believe me, I will be trying to get it done as we can, okay? But I just want to keep that in the ballpark, so that's why I'm trying to get the Fridays done, just in
Maybe she
case,
has-
because I just don't
oh,
know
she has
about next week,
tattoos.
okay? But
She has
even if
much as
we come in
karate
Thursday
is
next
bad.
week, we will still be done by February 6th. I'm pretty confident
my.
in that, okay? All right, so have a good night. Don't talk to anybody about the case, and don't do any outside research, please. All right, thank you. Have a good night.
Yeah, I feel the same way, just as karate.
All right, so we'll do 9:30 to 5:30 tomorrow. Are you working on jury instructions? Are we getting those done?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so maybe even if they can't come in on Friday, maybe we can do jury instructions on Friday. Okay, figure it out. All right, thank you. We'll see you tomorrow at 9:30.
All rise.
This wasn't a birthday gift from the defense to good old Boken Baker. This was a horrible day. I actually don't know what the hell this was all about. We didn't learn anything. We get that what he wants to do is put in there that it was Christine or it was someone else who was using the PC at the time, but you can't prove that. That's the thing. You cannot prove that that's what happened. Thank you, Betsy Weingartner. Sorry. Yeah, we could have a birthday bash and had fun. And now she want to go for 8 hours tomorrow. How can they fill 8 hours? Well, if he talks slower and he gets more objections, then maybe we can go for. I just can't see how the hell we can go for 8 hours. There has been nothing at all. Yes, it is my birthday all day today. Well, for the next 2 hours, then the day is over. Thank you, Food Fairy. Thank you, wasn't me. I don't even know what to say about this. This is potentially the worst defense I've seen. And I saw the one where the guy stood up and said, "I'm guilty," before we started. So, yeah. Thank you, Money. You do have someone saying, "We did it, not the victim." Yeah. And how are you going to get, because you cannot say this post was made by Christine, because there's no way to prove, unless you have the other two phones pinging in New York while this was made in Virginia. You have no way of putting them somewhere else. Thank you, Miss Beyond. A pair character cheerfully blowing a party horn. Thank you so much. Am I baking cakes for my guest this coming weekend? I have to figure out how many comes before that, because I still haven't gotten all the people back. So I don't know. A lying liar who recanted before deciding to do what the state told her. Well, that doesn't matter. She said it in front of the jury. They have to make her unbelievable, and he didn't do that while she was on the stand. So again, I love all of these people going out there saying, "Well, she's clearly a liar." Well, he didn't prove it in front of the jury, because he didn't get her to say anything that, in my opinion, would sway the jury to believe she was a liar. And you can talk all about, well, she did this, she did that, but there's just so much proof that Christine didn't do it herself. And what would be the reason the nanny set all of this up, and he would be waiting at the McDonald's and then rushing home and shooting this guy? It's I don't think they can win it with the we're gonna sway it that way. I just can't see them turning them over. Did you invite Lefty over this weekend? Sadly, I can't write on Twitch right now, so I wish I could. Thank you, Neverson Jim. When is Adam Lally back on the stand? No one knows what's happening in that case. I'm not sure he's going back because according to the last hearing, they were still working out what evidence they had and they didn't have and they should have and they could have. So I don't know. Yeah, and we've seen this in a ton of cases. As long as you lie for the state, you don't get in trouble. Yeah. Probably done for life. I have to get to bed and try and wake up and be a little positive because this is my birthday and I just wasted 4 hours and 15 minutes listening to that slow burner. What's happening with the Coven? Have they been spanked yet, striking everyone's channel? I haven't gotten any emails from YouTube that my strike has been revoked, so I don't know if they have sued me. I haven't been served papers. They should have provided evidence, and I should have seen that evidence, but I haven't, so I don't know what's going to happen. You would think this case would be more interesting due to the subject, but oh wait, yeah, if they had just gotten into the text messages and stuff like that, yeah, then maybe it could have been interesting. So weird, I can't post on, I can like things and stuff on Twitch. I don't know what's wrong with my Twitch. It's the lawyers, they're so boring. Thank you, Fed. Everyone is gonna come. Well,
Because Baker's like, let's go, let's fuck. Like, I'm down. I don't know.
yeah. Not wasted, you had awesome company. That's true. Without you wonderful peoples, this would have been wasted. So, yeah. Uncle can't stream at the moment he got struck. It has better not been Cryford and his mob. No, this is a different problem. It's a case. I can't remember what case, but I saw it on the Twitch thread yesterday. But my Twitch thread is acting up today, so I don't know what happens. I don't have Jamie's drop anymore. I think Lefty still has it, or Dave, but I decided to remove it. Yeah, go be a snitch, because I've been told that snitches get bitches. So yeah. But this horrible fiasco will continue tomorrow. I'll go to bed and I'll come back and do a night stream, your time, morning stream, my time, because we need some levity. We need some brevity. We need some fun. Maybe I should get Crazy Amy on and just yell at her for an hour. That could be fun. Join me again tonight at 11:30, and hopefully it'll be better than this whole heap of nothing. So yeah, we have to see what happens tomorrow. I love you all, and I want to see you all again tomorrow. I'm sorry that the entertainment wasn't better. Lefty, Trash Panda. Let's end it with that.
I'm Jimmy. How y'all doing?
I know English is your second language, but you don't word
It's
your
my
questions
third,
carefully.
but I'm still better at it than you. You are
the most important people in this case that everybody seems to have forgotten in this room is the jury. So we're going to take a 15-minute break and both sides take a pregnant pause.